Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up, everyone? What's up, Abby and Alma and Gina and True Crime Addict and Adele and Lily and Abby and Michael and B. Tim. I don't know where everyone is yet, so I will take this slow. What's up, Thunder? Hey, Scout. So lots and lots and lots to discuss. Yeah, True Crime Addict, thank you. A lot of Tyler's chat does not like me, but they're not his core people either. What's up, Monica? Like these people, and I even said that to him, like, you notice all these haters, none of them are like members. I mean, there's a few. I mean, I don't expect all his, members and people to like me, but man, these trolls are rough. What's up, Twin Cities? Hey, Crystal. Hey, Debbie. And they really kind of got me thinking about a show to do tonight. So those of you that were in Tyler's stream, I'm going to talk about that letter. That's one of the things that I'm going to discuss tonight. If you weren't in the stream, you'll understand it in a little while. I'm going to talk about a couple of other things first and get more people in here. But I want to see, has anyone watched the Victoria's Secret special on Hulu? Has anyone seen that? Because I was kind of blown away. I had no idea that Epstein was behind Pink, not the singer, the brand, and that he had so much influence in Victoria's Secret, the uprise and the downfall. I had no idea. None. I was like, whoa. And yeah, I did not know that he was pretty much behind it. And I could not believe it. I was like, wow, it's a really good special. Like I was listening to something, the owner is a total creep. But even worse, I didn't know his ties to Epstein. Exactly. I didn't know his ties to Epstein, which were tied to Pink. I had no idea. And all the girls, and it explains why their runway shows were the way they were. That wasn't for women. That was for creepy old men like Epstein. It was sick. Hold on, let me get the name. Victoria's Secret, Angels and Demons. And it's on Hulu. It's 3 episodes? No. Yeah, 3 episodes. Each about an hour long. If I had Twitch, I would show it. But since I don't have Twitch anymore, I can't. Oh, it was creepy. Epstein had major influence or blackmail over the CEO. Oh, you're in Ohio? He's well known around here to be a weirdo. I'm telling you. Didn't Epstein run the guy's money he was like the guy that ran it. I forgot his name. Woosley, something like that. He was like the CEO or vice president. And then Epstein was right under him. And Epstein was appointed by him. And hey, Alma. And I couldn't even believe it. I was like, wow. Nope. Twitch account was never reinstated. Sure? I can't even get on there.
You sure 10 minutes is long enough?
Well, check it. That's why I said you got to check it.
The whole top is still raw.
All right. So just redo it put in another 5. Just hit the button and then put it down to 5 minutes. Don't let it run for 20 and burn them. Wexner, thank you. Wexner. Yeah, he was like the head guy, and then there's people under him. And I was just, wow.
Is one of them for you?
Hold on, what?
Is one of them for you?
No, they're both for you. One of the women was an artist. Yeah, and that Maxwell chick, she had just as much to do with it. Her play goes back to like the 90s. It was, a lot of people thought that maybe it was something new and that, you know, he had just met her or something like that. No, she's been doing this a long time. I was dumbfounded. I was like, wow. And she was getting even the Victoria's Secrets models back then, like crazy. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh my God, could never. So yeah, if you haven't had a chance to check that out, definitely check it out. Highly, highly recommend it. So that was one thing I wanted to discuss. I'm telling you, I almost threw out everything I ever bought from Pink. I so disgusted that they abused so many women. They took advantage of so many women. Oh, it was disgusting. By the way, did you ever seen the deposition of Epstein? First question was asked was about an egg-shaped penis? No. I was in the Cayans and saw Pedophile Island. It was creepy. I'm telling you, it was weird. Like the first episode was okay. The second episode got really good. Yeah, she was a long-term ride or die. She knew all the secrets, everything. And here's the catch. Here's the weird part, which I did not know until this, that there was a guy. Oh, did you, Tilana? I haven't even finished it. I'm in like the beginning of episode 3. But there was a guy, not a model recruiter, whatever, who was involved in all this. And he died the exact same way as Epstein, in a jail, alleged suicide. He was connected, and he died the exact same way. You want to talk about a conspiracy? Did Wexner make this happen? Did Wexner kill all of them? Whose secrets did they want hidden? Like, who had the most secrets? Who was Epstein working for? I mean, it's just, there's something going on there that I think is getting thrown under the rug, but there's something major going on there. Like, these two guys both were killed the same way in a jail, all connected. Something's not right here. Cindy, it's not on Netflix, it's on Hulu. Cindy Crawford, I mentioned this in an interview with her daughter. That's why Cindy's so much in her daughter's business. She's protecting her daughter. Oh, absolutely. But wild, though. Like, there's somebody they're trying to not let out. And I wonder if it's Wexner. I wonder who it is. Like, Brunel, that was his name. Thank you. Yeah, it was some Jean-Carl something. I know he didn't. That's what I'm saying. And that's why this other guy, this modeling agent who was connected with Epstein died the exact same way. Something isn't right here. A worldwide ring? Yeah, but who ordered their deaths? That's what you need to find out. Not you personally, but that's what we need to find out. Who ordered their deaths? It's crazy. Hey, Daniela. Because I'm surprised Maxwell's not dead. I wonder why she's not dead yet. I wonder if they think that she's not going to open up her mouth. Provided 12-year-old twins to Epstein. Wow. The Queen of England? Wow. Crazy. She will be soon. I hope so. She deserves it. Any woman that does that for any man, you're sick. But they were showing like when Pink first came out and how they were trying to be little girls and the way they were dressed. I was like, wow. Like I just never realized it. I mean, I knew Pink was geared towards teenagers, but I never realized what they were doing because I never really watched close enough. But wow, just wow. I also want to let you guys know, thanks to Tyler's prayer at the end of the night, I found my missing vape that's been missing for like 3 months. Did not know where it was, tore apart my candle studio looking for it. And all of a sudden, I went to grab a luxury vessel and it was right behind it. I was like, whoa, I looked for this 100,000 times and could not find it. And I went out and bought a new vape the next day. Like, I was like, I don't know where it is. Found it. Could not believe there it was sitting right there. I was so excited. I was like, oh my God. I thought I threw it in a box. So my missing vape has been found. Thank God. So I owe it to Tyler. Was it? No, he does a prayer at the end of every one of his streams. And, to watch over this one and watch over that one and look after this one and look after that one. And, we had a long talk the other night. Did you know that all angels back in the day were men? That technically there are no female angels? Did you guys know that? I did not know that. But I didn't grow up with religion, but I did not know that. But yeah, there's no male angels. And I told him that's because of the times back then. Not because women are less than, just because that was the times. But yeah, I didn't know that. So good piece of news. No, I'm not starting to believe. But I told him if some of the people that call in his channel automatically are cured from their diseases, then yes, I'll be a believer. I need a miracle. Adam's first wife is named but I just didn't know that all angels are allegedly men. Because, angels have to change with the times and they should be women. So there's that. But I'm not getting into that whole conversation. But I just didn't know that. And I thought of it when I said, it's a miracle. I found it. Now that you mention it, no, he said there were none. He said there's absolutely no female angels. And I attribute that to, it's just the times, like they always looked at women less than. So they wouldn't name any angels as women. They would all be men. But nowadays, angels are women. There's actually watched some Odin's men's videos that were talking to. Oh, really? Oh, you're talking about. I wonder if there's HR in heaven. Oh, that's a good point. I never thought of that. Maybe. There had to be devils too. That would probably be the women. Angels don't really play the pronoun game. No, they do, though. They do, though. Even to say some parents not realize the agenda. That's what I said. I had that conversation with somebody last night. We were talking about morality and how morals are, like, she was saying that morals are what guides you. I said, no, I'm sorry. She was saying religion, she was always scared to do wrong because of religion. And I said, but that's not religion. That's morals. It's just basic morals. You live your life, basic morals. I said, everyone wants to make it religion, but it's not religion. It's just your morals. And that shouldn't be based on religion, although we all have to live like that. But you guys know what I mean. Fun trivia. What angel's name that goes on top of our Christmas tree? I put a Jewish guy on top of our Christmas tree. So I wouldn't know that answer. Tilda Swinton? Who's that? Complaint department. That would definitely be a female department. Hey, now. That's not nice, Willow. Meanie? All right. Religion is just a word. And I agree. But we are forced by the New Testament. You can't live by the Old Testament. You just can't. You think so, Athena? She'll skate on the 20 years? I have to spy. I was so proud of Lindsay Scott for speaking up about what happens if Victoria. Oh, I agree. I want everyone to watch it, and then I can talk about it. Lucas. Hold on. Good to see you tonight. I loved you on Tyler's show. I had a miracle healing before. Amen. And I praise God for it. P.S. Some of the angels are referred to as living creatures. Yes, he told me that too. He said that too. That the night we had that long conversation, he did state that some angels are referred to as living creatures, and that things hide, and some people you just never know. And it was very interesting. We had a really good talk. Angels are spirits. I live by Old and New Testament. Jesus saves. Okay. If you believe that, I am not one to down anyone's beliefs. Everyone believes what makes them a better person. Angels look very alien, like multi-wings and multi-eyes, and some appear to be wheels of fire. He is Christian, I believe. Yeah, I believe he's Christian. And he's real, though. He's not a phony. Like, a lot of people think he's fake. He's not at all. Like, we had a really good conversation, and he told me and we talked spirituality and stuff, and he told me things that I would be able to tell if he was fake or not. He's definitely not. Like, he truly believes it, and he's knowledgeable on it, and he doesn't judge. Like, some people think he's this, he's really not. It's very easy to talk to and understanding. He is the real deal. Good, Becky. I believe in guardian angels too. I absolutely do. I'm with you on that. Good call, YouTube dumpster fire. You're right. It is my channel. Did the ones that flew into the World Trade Center believe in their religion? Is that okay too? I lived in New York. I grew up in New York. I was there for 9/11. So that was not a religious thing. That was just a sick thing, plain and simple. But he's been SDA, born and raised, so 40 years. There you go. He's Christian. His church movement is non-denomination. Okay, thank you. Yeah, one of my friends had gone to his stream last night, and mods, and she had gone to his stream last night. And that's what got us on the conversation. 9/11 was a political thing. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word. I'm like, why can't I think of the word? Yeah, it was a political thing. As in the first Trade Center. Ooh, I'm sorry, Athena. Well, I'm glad you're here. Never met a pastor that sat on a panel with two men calling men the C word. He's human, though, Dave. He's just human. Just like he doesn't like cursing. But, I mean, I've cursed around him. He's still a human. Oh, you're in Jersey? Yeah, you know. Some of my friends died in the second. It's horrible. Thank God I didn't know anyone that died. I knew one fireman, but that was about it. I do know people that died afterwards, the after effects of 9/11, which nobody ever talks about. One of my ex-boyfriends died from that, and it was horrible. And it was because he was a iron worker, and all the soot and everything from 9/11 caught up to him. Horrible. But Dave, let me address that. I got to stick up. Were you in his chat tonight? If you were in his chat tonight, you would understand. As a YouTuber, you want to build. That's what you want to do. When 87% of his chat is one way and only 13% are the other way, it's kind of hard to make that decision because you don't want to lose everything you just worked for. And he's at a point, he's got to be in the middle of that. And I know that's hard. I know he doesn't, Gina, but 87% of his chat tonight, and maybe this isn't normal, but 87% of his chat just loved JT. Loved. He did a poll about it. I said, I guarantee you, if I do that same poll on my chat, totally different answer. Totally different answer. And I'm going to do the poll when there's more people in here. I was shocked, totally shocked that how many people buy into JT's BS. I'm shocked by it. I don't understand it. And that's why I say maybe these people are just, they don't know how to spot a con man. They just don't. It's possible. It's absolutely possible that they just don't know how to spot a con man, and they'll just believe whatever they hear. Hey, Brian St. John Wayne Gacy, you're not Brian. I really thought you were Brian, and you're not. So either change your name or I'm going to have to boot you. So please go change your name, because that ain't cool. Agnostic, atheist, same thing. Yeah, but they didn't take him as entertainment. They took him as serious. It might be new, but Tyler's getting very, very good views. He has to walk on, in the middle. So, like I said, maybe they just don't know. They just don't know. Serious question, not dragging other creators, but another creator, Doug, not Doug, says donate so we can find Dylan Rounds. Do you believe they can find anyone? No, that's just about the money. You don't say donate so we can find Dylan Rounds. And that brings me, before we get into Dylan Rounds discussion, I got to play this video for you guys. So I want you guys to know I will be now speaking of the Justice for Vaughn case. I'm going to work that with, oh my God, I just lost my train of thought. I'm going to be working that with the Dylan Rounds case. Thank you, Jackie. I agree. He is the real deal. And I wasn't going to really get into the Vaughn case just because I'm so wrapped up in the Dylan case. But a lot of people have asked me, a lot of people have said, hey, can you please talk about the Vaughn case? Because the only people that we have to listen to are, without a crystal ball, Molly or Justin. We need someone else to listen to. We can't listen to these people. So I said, okay. And at first I'm like, I don't know if I want to do it. Then I saw a video today and I was like, wow, okay, this just sold me. Captain, you know the video I'm about to play. So I want to say, I know Heels on the Ground has no problem. I always play her videos. Make sure you guys go over there and sub. She does 2-minute videos. And I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So thank you, MGL. I will be now focusing my efforts on this case as well as Dylan Rounds. But this video alone said, I got to do this. So let me show you the video. Hold on. Are you guys getting an echo? Okay, Brian St. John Wayne Gacy, stop calling yourself a human when you're really just an asshole. Have a good day. Now you're blocked. I will call myself whatever I want to call myself. If I want to call myself an atheist, I'll call myself an atheist. If I want to call myself an agnostic, then I'll call myself agnostic. If I want to jump up and call myself anything, I will do it. Why? Because I can, because it's my life and it's my channel. And there's that. And if you don't like it, then don't watch me. Plain and simple. Okay. You couldn't believe it. You were right, Twin Cities. I was blown away. All right. Let me play it and you guys will understand. Tell Peanut I love him too. Let me find it. Hold on. And thank you, Heels on the Ground or Heels in the Air. Heels in the Air for always allowing me to play your videos. Because she just makes great videos. I don't know why she doesn't get more people. Okay. It's only 1 minute and 37 seconds. Can I have a wrench, please? No. You're mean. All right. StreamYards. Okay.
I want everyone to be on notice that if anyone has Justice for Vaughn or Vaughn McRae, Vaughn Jackson in their titles, we all expect to see a screenshot of their donation. At this point, it's going to be a privilege, or else, you know what? We're going to expose your channel as being a fraud. People that are trying to jump on this train now, a week after all of us have been watching hundreds of videos, reading 1,000 emails. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. You want to know something? This one takes actual work. So you know what? We did the work. You don't get to just try and come in at the 11th hour, because you know what? We already know that you don't care. The only thing that you care about is the fact that he is trending.
Amen. Amen. Can I say amen?
I expect to see your donation. Take a screenshot, put it in your community post, or else we're going to call for everyone to not even watch your coverage because you are a fraud.
So 2 things. 1, I want everyone to sub up to Heels in the Air because you always let me play your clips. And 2, how many other creators want to get on Justice for Vaughn with me? I cannot even believe what I just heard. Cannot even believe it. Just a week ago, she was begging YouTubers to cover this. Exactly. I can't. I just can't. But Captain, I know Captain said she would do it. I know Niece said she would do it. Avery Shannon's going to do it. Let's all do it. I cannot even believe she's trying to run a narrative that you have to donate to cover the case. Okay, how about you donate all of your super chats, all of your money that you've made, because come on now, I can't with her. I just can't. Exactly right, Lisa. I think everybody's like, wow, just wow, just wow. Yeah, come on, I'll drop it too, but come on, drop Heels in the Air link. Here is the link. Oh, there you go. So that was part of my how to spot a con artist. That she's part of this. Like, she's part of my title. So with Justice for Vaughn, everybody is running with this narrative that Dre killed him and Dre did this and Dre did that. And it has become the biggest shit show. Now, if you're not familiar with the case, let me give you a little background. Little background is this girl who has almost 700,000 subs on Facebook. She's a Facebook influencer with 700,000 subs. The minute I saw her, I could tell you she's a definitive narcissist. No 2 ways about it. Definitive. She used to be heavy. She lost a lot of weight. And she did it allegedly, not through drugs, but she did it allegedly through this vegan diet and eating a certain way and, using all sorts of supplements and everything else. She has a YouTube channel but hasn't posted in a long time. No, but her claim to fame is really on Facebook. So this guy was trying to get away from her. He seems alkaline vegan. Thank you. Alkaline vegan diet. She's a makeup chick. And she was pretty big. I mean, you would consider her an influencer. Hey, Rachel, very narcissistic, though. Very obvious narcissistic. So she was dating this Marine, or has a kid with this Marine, also has other kids by another man. She gets in shape, and just like most women that get in shape and are, all of a sudden living a different type of life, and now she feels good. She's trying to push him away, but doesn't want to lose him. And I think it's almost like Shanann Watts kind of thing. in the sense that she wants to put on a good public image. Oh, yeah, she sells paparazzi. Thank you. She puts on a very good public image and wants that perfect family look, on YouTube. She doesn't ever want to say like, oh, my kids are acting up, or I got divorced, or, or he left me, or he wants nothing to do with me. So I think that's how she wants, kind of like Shanann Watts was. She wanted that perfect image. And that's what I see out of this one. So lo and behold, he's trying to get away from her. He wants nothing to do with her, but he doesn't want to lose his kid. He doesn't want to lose seeing his kid. So he asks her for $2,000. And this was all brought out by audio tapes and recordings and stuff that Molly got from family or friends, stuff that Katie Joy, Without a Crystal Ball, got from family and friends. And, it was kind of like the Amber Heard, Johnny Depp thing. She knew she was recording him. So she knew how to act on camera, and where he didn't know he was being recorded. So you could see that she was a definitive control freak. And, depending on who you are, a lot of people are on both sides of this. Hey, Angela, a lot of people are on both sides of this. Some people think that she is completely innocent, and other people think that she's definitely not innocent. Some people think there was no way she did anything. Others think she definitely did do something. So she got him on all of these different, I wouldn't say drugs, but all of these metaphysical, what's the word? Supplements. And everyone who never had seizures before, and I'm giving you like the shortened version, but they never had seizures before. Okay, so then I'm wrong. I'm glad you just brought that up, Twin Cities. Oh, they have cherry picked the videos. Okay. So let me go back to just giving the back end. Herbs, supplements, kratom is one of them. Now, one of the things that I did hear, which I thought was nothing more than clicks and views. I did watch Molly, and she was saying that something had given, oh, what was it? I can't look at chat because it's throwing me off. Somebody had given, the side effects of something that she gave her kid. I don't remember the name of it, but something she gave her kid. And the side effects were pretty bad. Has anyone ever seen the side effects of Adderall or Vyonese or any of the things that people give their children every day? They're pretty bad. I mean, read the side effects of aspirin. It's pretty bad. So they were making this side effect thing so huge. And I sat there laughing like, you've got to be kidding me. There's side effects to everything. You have to put the side effects in there. Valiant root. So I just thought it was kind of funny that she went on and on and on with this. And that's when I was like, ew, there's more to this story. So to make a long story short, she said she was taking and giving a lot, and she wasn't actually. Okay. Oh, she said, Molly, don't say she, because then I'm confused. Molly said that, what's her name was? That Dre was? So meanwhile, what happened was in the end that he had asked to borrow $2,000 from her. I don't know why, if they're married, he had to ask her for money, but he asked her for $2,000 so he could stay away. Well, she didn't want him to stay away, and she wanted him in the house. He said, fine, I'll go sleep in the shed, something like that. Lo and behold, she goes in the shed. Allegedly, now he's 6'1" and she's 5'2" or something. Allegedly, she cut him down because he was hanging himself. She cut him down before the police got there. And then she called the police. Now, here's what's interesting, though. Part of the debate has been, why did she cut him down? On the flip side of that, if I walked into my shed and my husband was hanging, you're damn right I'm going to cut him down. Absolutely cut him down. I'm not going to wait for the police till he dies. If he's still alive, I'm going to cut him down. Hands down, no, not even question. So I don't agree with the, I want to say paparazzi, but I don't agree with general consensus that that was wrong. I think that was an automatic response that you're going to cut him down if that's what happened. She has not been arrested. The cops have not arrested her. There's been a lot of rumors. Anyone would cut him down. I agree. It would be weird not to. That's what I'm saying. But you have the three, well, I'm not going to include Justin in that, but you have two of the biggest lying drama whores talking about the case. So you can only imagine the level of stupidity and drama that this case has become. And when I say two people, I don't mean Justin. Justin is not, whatever my feelings are on Justin, he's not drama like Molly or Without a Crystal Ball. He's not sitting there crying hysterically. He's just not. So I'm not including him in that. But I mean, you have Molly and Without a Crystal Ball. Anyone that knows both of them, the drama. Oh, she's all drama. Really? You're all drama? And what are you, Marissa? And then you have this whole bunch of people, like I was watching Charlotte on the web. I was watching her because I've been trying to find different people on this case to learn more about it. And I cannot even believe the level of drama that it's taken. I just couldn't. Police have previously stated there was no crime. Okay. Now, here's what I think, though. I don't necessarily think there was a crime as far as her hanging him or anything. But I do think it's very possible that she did something or it made something happen that caused him to be that depressed to want to kill himself. She is acting way too nonchalant and way too non-caring. I mean, she's sitting there smiling. Your husband, who you allegedly love, no, he's not missing, who you allegedly cut down from suicide, and you're smiling and you're laughing at him and you're like, oh, isn't he so cute? That's weird. I mean, that's a certain level of weirdness that doesn't make sense to me. And that's what kind of got my interest. But what's ruining it is you have Molly and Without a Crystal Ball going at it, and it's ridiculous. Jai McMahon, I don't know that case, Heels. She is exploiting him so bad. And we're talking about Dre, right? Because Dre is exploiting him so bad. I agree. But I just couldn't believe that Molly is telling people, you need to donate. What? All of a sudden, YouTubers need to donate because you donated? So now everyone's got to donate? Yeah, okay. Picture that one. Yeah, that was another thing. I'm glad you brought that up. She spit on his face. I'm sorry. She spit on her hand and rubbed it on his face. He's in a coma, basically. And she rubbed it on his face and said that her spit has healing. Her spit is healing. And that's why she did that. And I'm like, OMG. No way. No way does she really believe that. She did. She really believes that. And she believes that because of her, that he'll be healed. But yet she's laughing the entire time. I'll show you the video. I don't have a problem showing you. Jesus did that? All right. I'll go with Tyler on that. Tyler said Jesus did that. He rubbed spit. Okay. You say so. That's what I said, Irish. There's no female angels due to the error, but I don't want to backtrack. What's her name? Something with Dre. Slay with Dre or something. Oh, we just missed our live? Hang on, let me shut out all these windows.
I made a post earlier and I had said like ASAP I need how did I say it, like a tube feeding formula, and like I need it now. I'm in Tucson and I was asking for, you know, to see if there's anyone that can help me out, and of course there was a lot of questions along with a lot of support, and I said I was gonna answer them because that was kind of like out of nowhere. But I mean, if you follow me on my jewelry page, you already know because I've already done a live and I talked about what's going on. There's just a lot less people on that page compared to this page. And yeah, so I just want to let you guys know this is pretty deep for me. I feel like the way that everybody was so what's the word? You guys were so quick to be able to, like, wanting to help without even knowing what was going on. That meant so much to me. That's the type of energy that I need, is that type of support. Hi, guys.
I just want to know why she only has one nail on. The only nail she has is a thumbnail. This is old. I actually thought it was new. Hang on. I got to be careful with the sharing. The place she got the vegan formula to give him is an actual reputable place for tube feeding, and the hospital approved it. Okay. So she hasn't posted in a while. All right. Hopefully no one texts me. If you're on Facebook, don't comment. What? I think she did take all her videos down. I'm noticing that. Update on baby's daddy. Okay, this is how she does an update.
Listen, this is like the best guac I've ever made. Let me show you. This bowl was filled like to the top. Down. Me and my children just cannot get enough of the guac that I make. So if you don't know how I make the guac, you have to go to past lives. I think I made guac like maybe 5-6 days ago. I don't know. On this page, you have to check it out. It's bomb. I add cucumber, and that's not something that I used to do before, but it's something that I do now, and so good. And besides adding cucumber, not only do I add the cucumber with the avocate.
Now, mind you, the title of this video is Update on Baby's Daddy, and she's still trying to sell stuff. I'm going to skip through it, though.
Cebolla. Before I get started, look at my outfit, okay?
5 minutes in, still nothing, but worried about her outfit. Her husband is in a coma. He's in a coma.
So I paired up with Sophia Renee Boutique She just sent me all kinds of. Look at how beautiful this dress is. Dress is. So I did have to like safety pin it right here in between, just to not show, not no cleavage. Okay. My hubby would not be wanting me to walk around with showing cleavage. No. That is for his eyes only. So I have a little safety pin here, but this is. Look at how pretty the back is. Oh my goodness. So pretty, right? So this dress is from Sophia Renee Boutique. It's in the description. And this wig, a lot of people have been asking me, where did you get your wig?
She's in a camper. That's a camper behind her. I mean, she's sitting in a really nice camper.
Because I love wearing wigs. And this one I have been wearing like a lot with my recent videos. This is from Sophia Renee Boutique, but you can get it if you do shop from there, which it's in the description. You can use coupon code X.
That's an RV she's in.
Red roses to save you a little money, honey. Okay, save you a little money, honey. Okay. Okay, so update on my baby, because this is going to be a really short video. He's doing great. His vital signs are even better than what they were yesterday. So yesterday he was running a bit of a fever. Whenever Vaughn is going through some tumultuous things, I never talk about it like publicly. And now that my private videos are being publicized, I am even more cautious with what I talk about. So yesterday he was running a fever. They didn't know why. So they were running a few tests, but they didn't find anything wrong. And then today his vital signs were good. No fever, no nada. He was good. So they're continuing on life as normal. Vaughn's heart rate normally is like in the 70s. He has been in like the high 60s before, but like normally 70s. Or even very low 80s. And today, when I went into the hospital, he was at like an 84. Like Vaughn hasn't been at an 84 in such.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. She didn't want him to leave. I'm pretty sure that it was a Shanae Watts situation. That she wants the image that she has a wonderful husband and kids and everything's happy, and that's why I think she might be guilty of something.
A long time. Like when we were at the VA hospital, like his peace was destroyed. Like, which is why I make the decisions that I do, because I know my husband. I know what would affect him negatively. And so whenever I make certain decisions, it's because it's for the betterment of his health. Well, the decision that I had made wasn't going to be enforced. And so he started declining. And every day he would decline even more. And now that we're at a new place, like he is benefiting so much more.
So his family wanted to go see him and she wouldn't allow it. She didn't want her family going to see him at all. She wanted her family. I mean, she wanted to be the only one that can say anything about him. And I explained that before, Chris. And his mother was going to the hospital. She kept moving hospitals. She kept transferring hospitals. And Vaughn McRae, Christopher, and it's very weird that why doesn't she want his family seeing him? Munchausen by proxy is a good one.
Amazing. They are, even at the new hospital, they are shocked at how well he's doing. He's just like, his vital signs are great. Like, he's not even on a ventilator. He's been over 72 hours, y'all. They don't even have a ventilator in the room no more. Like, this is big. Do you guys understand? Like, someone who has, I don't want to say brain issues because I don't want to say that, but like someone who has had their brain affected and where doctors have said he's just gonna be in a vegetative state. Yeah, no, I refuse to believe that. No, thank you. Goodbye. I rebuke you. Don't even say that. No, absolutely not. And look, he doesn't even need a ventilator to live and breathe and support himself. He's doing amazing. So the fact that he's continuing to progress, but I do want to say, because I see a lot of people on my videos like, what's the update? What's the update? I know we are all wanting him to wake up. I'm his wife. We've been married 7 years. We've been through thick and thin. Like, that's my man. If anybody wants him to wake up more than anyone, it is me. It is I. But in no way, shape, or form would I want him to wake up before it is his time. Like, that man needs to heal. So why would I want to rush that? So although your intentions may be well, don't rush the process. Just like, listen, I came up with a phrase, trust the crust, right? Trust the crust. Because whenever I do my makeup, I'm going to look crusty and dusty, right? It's going to look cray-cray. Even when I'm baking, which I don't even bake anymore, but whenever I put on my powder and like after my foundation, I was trying to say foundation and powder, and I said, yeah, anyways. But after I put on my foundation.
Yeah, but Lucas, the point is, if he does pass away, his parents haven't been able to see him. Do you know how sad that is? Like, his parents have a right to see him, especially before he dies. That could be what he's waiting for. He might be waiting for his parents to come see him before he passes away. You know what I mean? It's very possible. The fact that she won't even allow his family in there is whacked. She does have mental problems. I agree. His dad saw him for 2 weeks and he was getting better. She was also feeding the kids all kinds of herbs and stuff too. And supposedly some of them could cause brain damage to children. Yeah, but you know what? Tina, that goes back to, you know, is Adderall better for children? You know what I'm saying? Like, pot is better than pills. We all know I would give my kid a nerve rope much faster than I'll give him Percocets. So I'm all for the herbal remedies or the alternative. I'm not going to say herbal. I'll say alternative remedies. You know, look at all the side effects that Adderall can cause. You know, a lot of these other drugs can cause. You can't really go by that. I don't know if CPS is involved. There's so much rumors in Facebook groups that it's just, you can't even. Read the last line of police report. Where is Heels? Do you have it? Heels, you want a link? It'll be easier. Yes, we covered that already. She used her own saliva. Tyler said that that is a Jesus thing. Jesus did that, which I didn't know. What's the difference between poison and medicine? I agree. 9 doctors, she starves her children. Yeah, but that's the other thing. Fruit doesn't mean you starve your children. Having, you know, a lot of people eat nothing but fruit and herbs, and like, I'm not going to bash someone just for that. Oh, reading her chat? I don't, but I will try to find it. I know I don't want to link. How come you don't want to link, you big meanie?
And I'm putting on my powder. SPENZA. I want you to write it in the comments. I want to see a bunch of comments. Dr. Joe Dispenza. DISPENZA. This is someone I want you guys to look up on YouTube. Do a little bit of research. He has his own website. They've told me that his blood is showing that he's alkaline. He's alkaline. I don't know the word that they use, but like, that's a huge deal for him to be alkaline. That's a big deal. So that's just the update. Let him heal on his own time. Like, don't try to rush the man. I'm not trying to rush him. Please don't rush him. Every day that he's doing good is a blessing. He's not even on the ventilator, so that's a good thing, you know. But There was something I want to say. No me recuerdo. He's gonna make it, honey. Period. Yes, he is, Tamika. Yes, I don't even question it. It's already done. It's already done. Vaughn is super strong. If he can't handle getting his armpits, let's fight you. Stop. Or the next month, or the month after that, or the month after that. Like, I've heard of people in comas for like 6 months.
Thank you, Avery.
Tomorrow will be 6 weeks for Vaughn. But depending on how long, I don't
Exactly.
care how long it takes. I'm not giving up on my man. That is my everything. That's my best friend. That's my lover. That's my full-time job. That's how I look at it. It is a full-time job because I'm making sure that I work. I'm not, even today, I got to the hospital a bit late because me and my children, we had stuff to do this morning. But even though I only got to spend like 2 hours with him, that's why I wasn't able to get no videos or content, because I am busy working on him, strengthening him. Whenever I have videos of me.
Okay, let me just say, I'm a YouTuber who goes live pretty much every day, and I am a single mom of 3 kids. I would never say, like, that's like when Brad died. It's not like I'd say, well, guys, I'm sorry, I don't have content because, I'm dealing with my son's father's death. Like, that's just a weird thing to say. Like, that's something I see like Molly saying. You know what I mean? That's weird to me, because you're allegedly taking care of your husband. Your husband. It's kind of more important than content. Just saying. All right. I will after this.
It's different because the wigs from the local Oriental store, I would not be able to wear it in this heat out here. However, Tucson weather has been amazing compared to what it is in Yuma. Like, we're in monsoon season and it's really, really nice. Yeah, it's really, really nice. Yeah. Maxine, thank you, Tasha. Oh my gosh, the crackers, Joanna. These are alkaline vegan crackers. You need them. What? I still trip out because my friend came to visit me and we had stayed at an Airbnb. And so I was like, I wanted to like Instacart all the food. I didn't want her to pay for nothing. But she was like, no, I need to get my own stuff. And so this was one of her own stuff that she got. Light rye crackers from Wassa. And I was like, what? Like, whenever she...
Now, what I find funny, and I think Heels in the Air will agree with me, what I find funny about this, she is Molly. She is without a crystal ball. All 3 of them are 3 peas in the same pod. They're like triplets. I don't know why one is bashing the other, because they are identical people. This would be Molly, except Molly would probably be a little more dramatic and not look as good. Without a crystal ball, would just lie her way through. But all 3 of them are like fighting like sisters. And all 3 of them are identical. They're the same fucking people. It's comical. All right, so you said it's on. Let me see. No, I could find it. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you so much. Molly. All right. You said it's on. Which video? It says Yuma report. All right. Riley, Yuma report.
If you're not, okay. Hi, guys. If you're not getting it, this one's crazy. I'm getting a whole bunch of video. All right. You know what? Justin, I would really like it if you took a link. Be seeing a panel, but right now
I can find it.
You want me to watch a video with Molly, Betty, and Justin? Heels in the air, you're pushing it. Pushing it.
Okay, it's on Exposed.
McRae was letter
Oh my God.
notes. Andrea McRae found her husband, Marvin McRae, hanging in the shed. Andrea cut her husband down and began CPR. Upon arrival, I noticed that the residence was on the south side of 30th Place and Canal Avenue. Imma Fire Department was already there, going toward the east side of the property where a gate was to enter the backyard. There was a shed to the immediately to the east. After entering the east gate inside the shed, I noticed a black male in the center of the shed.
Oh my God.
That is crazy. He was literally hanging from the shed, like in the middle. I don't know. Sorry, it freaked me out a little bit. The male was wearing a blue pajamas, laying on his back. His head was toward the east. I don't know, guys. This is a little, maybe too much. His head was toward the east and his feet toward the west shed opening. His arms were away from him. What is it? The YFD, that's the fire department, was assessing him while Andrea McRae watched.
Okay, I'm going to make this easier. I'm going to read it because I can't listen to their voices. All right. So inside the shed, I noticed a black male in the center of the shed. The male was wearing blue pajamas and laying on his back. His head was towards the east and feet towards the west shed opening. His arms were away from him. YFD was assessing him while McRae watched. A is Andrea. I asked McRae to walk with me to the front of the residence while YFD personnel worked on her husband. All right, let me shut this so they can't get me. Worked on her husband. I asked McRae to tell me what happened. Due to A. McRae going back and forth, the following is a summary of my conversation with A. McRae. For complete details, please refer to my body-worn camera surveillance video uploaded to Axon Evidence. McRae stated that she and her husband have been married for approximately 8 years. They have one child in common, but he raised her 2 older children. M. McRae suffered from blankety blank and 2019 went to a therapist. Her husband's demeanor changed and he became someone she didn't know. That was another thing I forgot. That was the big thing, that he went to a therapist and all of a sudden he wasn't the same. So he wasn't the same, and she decided that he wasn't the same. I think a therapist was just giving him enough strength for him to leave, and that's why she said he wasn't the same. Just my opinion, though. So McRae finally stopped using the therapist. He has had something become verbally abusive. She denied they had arguments, only disagreements, but when the disagreements were severe, she would leave until the mood changed back to his normal loving self. When he had a blank, she would expect his attitude to change. She asked him to see a doctor. She did not know if he ever made an appointment. The day prior, they had a disagreement. McRae said that the disagreement was during the afternoon. McRae slept in the bedroom while she slept on the couch. He woke up at approximately 7:15 hours. He went into the children's bathroom to clean up as he usually does, because I don't think it's a surprise that she didn't clean. She offered him tea and he began to have a disagreement with her. She noticed he was more lethargic than normal. She said they try to use organic products for well-being. They use kratom, which is an organic herbal medicine in the coffee family and has opioid properties. She believed he may have used more than normal, and there was a buildup of kratom in his system, making him act that way. They disagreed with her trying to calm him down. After disagreeing for a while, Emma McRae went outside. Imma McRae went outside to check on him and saw him hanging in the shed. She screamed, and her oldest daughter came outside to check on her. She told her daughter to go back inside the residence. She attempted to get him down using a wobbly chair within the shed, but was unable to. She obtained his knife and then cut him down. She called the police and began CPR as instructed. I, Imma McRae, if we could call anyone for her, but she refused. She was told about Amberly's place and asked if she wanted a representative to come out, but now she refused. She said that she just wanted to get her children situated and then go. Hold on. I'm fast forwarding. And then go to the hospital. I told her I would write an informational to report the incident. I told her I would go back to the shed to document the area. I went into the shed and noticed a rope on the floor where McRae was. I collected the rope and later placed it into evidence. I noticed the chair she mentioned earlier. The main beam went across the center of the shed from the opening of the back of the shed. I videoed the shed from within using my body-worn camera. Last paragraph. I drove to the Yuma Regional Medical Center to check on Imma McRae. I was told he was on a ventilator and getting scans on his head. I was later informed that Imma McRae had been flown to Phoenix Hospital. I learned he was flown to the Veterans Hospital in Tucson. I called and learned Imma McRae was still on a ventilator and medication, but still showed no sign of brain activity. They were going to take him off the ventilator as of Friday, 5/27, to see if he would breathe on his own. Case is for information and fact. So so correct me if I'm wrong, Heels. So Molly and all the drama whores are running around saying he's still on a ventilator when it was taken off back in May. Am I right? It was taken off on May 27th to see if he could breathe on his own, and it's been off ever since then. Correct? And he is breathing on his own, right? Oh, he's still on a ventilator. So he's not off a ventilator. Okay. Hey, Nan. So that was a lie. Could she not at all be touching? Never mind. Suggesting kratom. I don't know. Is it any worse than Adderall? Just saying. He has been on the ventilator. She refused to take him off. Aha. So they're saying she did something wrong because they don't like her. No, I think she kind of maybe caused it. I do.
You gave Dayton amoxicillin and not his.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. I'm missing one.
Oh. All right. I made it. No, I didn't give it to him. Oh, yeah, I did.
You gave him. One.
All right. So I was wrong.
I'm throwing this out.
I won't kill you. Jeez. Give the kid a wrong drug. Kratom is close to heroin. It's worse than Adderall. Oh, is it? I don't know anything about kratom. Yeah, she moved to like 4 different hospitals. That part I do know. The problem is Molly keeps saying coma and open your eyes like that's going to happen. Oh, her drama is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. She's crying like she cares. Molly, you don't care. You care about the views you're getting. Who are you kidding? Oh, Phoenix, I found the lost vape.
What?
I found my lost vape.
Where was it?
It was behind a bunch of luxury vessels, which we all looked there 100 times. It wasn't there.
Okay.
Mother's work is never done. Amen to that. All right, so he's not in a coma. In all fairness, though, I would say it's a coma too. It's bad habit. Maybe it's a New York thing. I don't know. But I'm not going to fault her for that because I would say the same thing. If there's no brain activity, isn't that technically a coma? Right? That's technically a coma if you think about it. Isn't it? Hold on. My YouTube is like way behind. All right, now we're up to date. He's in a coma, but he's off the vent. No, there's no brain activity. It means brain dead, but isn't brain dead? And now I'm confusing myself.
She mentioned earlier.
Hold on. I have a Geek Vape, but I had bought another one because I couldn't find it, but I liked my original because I like the colors. All right. Difference between brain dead and coma. Okay, brain death is irreversible cessation of all functions of the entire brain, including the brain's stem. A person who is brain dead has no chance of revival. A coma is a state of profound unresponsiveness as a result of severe illness or brain injury. Could you be in a coma and brain dead at the same time? Coma has 3 possible outcomes: progression to brain death, recovery of consciousness, or evolution to a state of chronically depressed consciousness, such as a vegetative state. Okay, so a coma can put you in a vegetative state. No, I'm just saying that I understand why Molly's calling it a coma. I'm not going to fault her for that because I would too. I would be saying coma too. So I definitely can't fault her for that. But it seems like coma, yeah, you're more responsive. These are light. I've seen it before in hospitals. He OD'd off kratom, and who knows what else he did or get. I agree, but I think she gave him something. I really do think there's something to that. Coma is not necessarily. No. See, I thought when I originally looked it up, I thought maybe a coma and a brain, could be the same, but no, it's not. It's actually way different. Brain dead means the brain is damaged to the extent it cannot operate. With a coma, stuff is still happening, but the person is unconscious and may or may not recover. Brain death is death. Coma does not mean death. All right. See, guys, you learned something new on the PURPLEXEDQT channel. They did full toxicology when he came in. If she had given him, Avery, you want a link? You seem to know a lot about it. I wasn't even going to spend this much time on it. I still got Dylan Round stuff to discuss. Avery, take a link. You seem knowledgeable. Yes, people wake up from comas, but he seemed pretty responsive when she was putting the spit on him. He really was pretty responsive, though. Like, it seemed like he knew she was there. I don't know if I believe he's brain dead. Oh, I don't care about that, Heels. Where you at, Avery? I don't know what kind of religion she is. Does anyone know? It says in the police report what kind of religion she is. Yeah, she put spit on him. What's up, Avery?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you seem to be knowledgeable on this.
Yeah, so like I'm from Yuma. My dad was sergeant major of the base there, and then I married my husband who was a Marine there. I went to school there. I'm like very familiar with Yuma. And I seen her and him on base in 2015. Like I remembered her face when I seen it on Molly's channel. It just stuck out to me, and then I realized she was the makeup girl. But so one of my ex-husband's friends, when he got out of the Marine Corps, he went to the sheriff's department, and then I know a couple people with the police department. And from what I understand, the only reason that they're even like saying that it's an open investigation is because of the phone calls that they're getting from people on the internet, that they're having to look back into it. And I get that she's batshit crazy, but the reason that there was no charges or anything put against her is because the whole story, like it panned out. I mean, everything panned out, and they did do a toxicology when he went in, and he was heavily overdosed on kratom, but they think, he was taking it himself. And I think also because he was in an accident when he was in the Marine Corps. So he was driving, or he was flying a Tomahawk, and he wrecked on the base, and he had injuries. He had a knee injury and different injuries. So he started taking medication. He got discharged, medically discharged from the service. He started taking medication for his pain, and they prescribed him Xanax. I think from a little bit of PTSD, maybe. She didn't want him on the Xanax, so she was trying to go over to Los Algodones and buy him, like the kratom and valerian root and all of this and get him off of the Xanax. But I think that's why he was seizing, because he was withdrawing from the Xanax and the kratom. It's just a bad mixture. She's trying to play doctor, but he was voluntarily taking it. And now it's my understanding he doesn't have any brain activity, but he did come off the vent and he's breathing on his own. But I had asked my son's dad to explain it to me, and he said that sometimes the body it will voluntarily breathe on its own, but it's like more of a muscle memory movement. So you can still be brain dead, but you can breathe on your own, just like it's an involuntary type thing that the body will do.
Yeah,
So it
but
doesn't necessarily mean that he's, like doing better.
but doesn't the brain control your breathing?
Yeah, but so if he doesn't have any brain activity, like I don't think it's the full brain. I think the muscle memory part throughout your body, I don't think that's completely linked to the brain, is what he was explaining it to me. It's kind of like I don't know, like your legs walk from muscle memory. But same thing with the lungs I mean, I'm not a doctor, so I can't explain it to you the way that he can, but that's what he was telling me, that you can be, brain dead and still breathe on your own. It's strange. I don't know.
See, but I believe, and I'm no doctor, but I believe that you can do that for like 48 hours. I don't think you could do that for weeks.
Yeah, and see, I've been trying to figure from her videos. I think because I know they tried to take him off in May, I think it was the end of May. They tried to take him off, or beginning of June, but it didn't work. So then they just had the vent going through his throat and then I guess they took him off again, and then he's been breathing on his own since then. And I think from the date of that video, I think it's been like 3 weeks, but I mean, I could be wrong.
Okay, so check this out. A person who is brain dead is legally confirmed as dead. They have no chance of recovery because their body is unable to survive without artificial life support.
Mm-hmm.
So if he is breathing on his own, and I'm sorry you guys heard typing, I was looking this up. So if he is breathing on his own, he's not brain dead.
So that part, I don't know. I just know that's what, what was explained to me. And then her saying that his vitals are good. So like, I know with my own mother, her vitals were good, but it was because of the medication that they were putting into her, which is what's called life support. See, I never really understood what life support was. And this is when I learned that life support, a lot of it is medication that they're putting into your IV to keep your blood pressure up, to keep your heart rate up. So like when she says his vitals are good, that's not necessarily a sign that he's doing better. It's more just the hospital giving him the medication to keep him alive, which is life support.
But what, I mean, I understand people want to see people alive, but
Yeah,
what's the point of keeping someone on a ventilator if they're brain dead? I mean,
I
who's
know.
for all that? There's no
I,
way.
you know what? That part I can't figure out because she would, honestly, if she pulled the plug, she would do so much better. Like if she didn't love him and just, was trying to kill him and she pulled the plug, she would get survivor benefits for her child. She would get death indemnity compensation since he was discharged medically. She would get his DIC, which is that's a big check every month. She would get survivor benefits for herself. And then when she turned 62, she would get his retirement. Plus she has his whole settlement money. So honestly, she would do better if he was just gone. So I don't understand the point of keeping him alive either, unless she truly believes that there could be a miracle and that he could. I think she's mistaking involuntary movements as progress. Like when she touches him and his body moves, I I think it's all involuntary, but I think she's taking it as progress, and so it kind of makes me think that she does love him. I don't know. I'm so confused.
So the feeling that I get from you and from Heels in the Air, so you're not buying into the whole Molly BS and
No,
okay.
I think that the lady is cuckoo. You know how some people get like, there's just some people like who they get like addicted to one thing. Okay, so this woman, she studied Dr. Sebi, Sebi. She studied him, and he was actually a phenomenal man. Um, but his theories of being so thin from this alkaline vegan diet, he actually got sued and he's dead now. But a lot of people, they get so fascinated and almost like addicted to his theories and his methods. And I think she's got that kind of addictive personality. And I think that she got onto this. And I think it just became an obsession for her. She shouldn't be doing it to her kids for sure, because they're not getting all the nutrients. But I think as far as law enforcement sees it, Marvon, he did it willingly with her. So I think she's cuckoo for sure. But legally, I don't think that she did anything wrong. And I did hear a video of him telling the children that he was severely depressed and that if he stayed in the house, that there was a possibility he would hurt himself. So I most definitely think that he did unalive himself. I don't think that, because I heard them saying that maybe she did it to him. There's no way. She's 5'4", he's 6'1". There's no way she lifted him up, like that. But
Let me just point out, there's some confusion here.
okay.
The alkaline vegan diet, what you can eat and what you can't. You can eat most fruits and vegetables, soybeans, tofu, nuts, seeds, legumes, and alkaline promoting foods, so they're fair game. Tofu is protein, soybeans is protein, nuts are protein. There's plenty of protein here.
Yeah.
I don't know why people think that they are like her kids weren't eating. Just because their kids weren't eating McDonald's or processed foods, you don't need dairy, you don't need eggs, as long as you're getting soybeans, tofu, and other proteins. I don't see what's so wrong with it? I mean, you can't live on fruits and vegetables alone. You can certainly live on tofu and soybeans, and
Yeah.
so I think
Well,
people
so like
aren't eating enough protein.
it's my understanding that if your pH levels, your alkaline levels in your body are off, doctors will recommend an alkaline diet for like up to 2 weeks, and then they'll test your pH levels again, because you're taking all the acid out of your body. So your body's not acidic at all. But I don't think you're supposed to do it long term, but I don't think the diet is what caused the seizures.
No, I mean, there's really nothing on here. I mean, I couldn't follow a diet like this because I like food too much. But almonds,
Yeah.
parsley, jalapeno, garlic, avocado. Avocado is very good for you. Basil, red onion, lemons.
And see, the other thing is she was going over to Los Algodones and she was purchasing this stuff. So she was going over there and she was purchasing like Ativan. Well, the thing is about it, and I know because like I live this life for years. When you go over there, and I heard a video of her like trying to smuggle it over, but he's walking with her and he's got the meds, and she's talking about, is there going to be dogs at the border? And she even tells him, well, let me hold the meds because I'd rather get in trouble than you get in trouble. But the thing is that when you're buying that medication, you really don't know what you're getting. It's kind of, like I said in my comment, it's kind of like Russian roulette. Amoxicillin, things like that, they're okay, but the other stuff, you really don't know like what's in that medicine. So I don't know if he got bad stuff over there or if it's a mixture of the herbs. Like I don't know what causes seizures, but I think it's like two separate things. The seizures and him unaliving himself, I think it's two completely separate things.
Okay, they're finding fentanyl in the Mexican pharmacy drugs. Well, good thing I don't take any Mexican drugs anymore. But that's cool though. But yeah, country sunset, that's normal. I've seen that a million times. Yeah, but I mean, if you can do it and you have the willpower, I don't think there's anything wrong with an alkaline vegan diet. I don't have that kind of willpower.
Yeah, I have a neighbor who lives it, and I'll do the vegan part, sometimes, but I don't know about all the other stuff.
Yeah, I just don't have willpower. Like,
I don't really like the way a lot of that stuff tastes, to get your alkaline levels up so high. I don't really like the taste of some of it. But you're not supposed to have your alkaline levels above, I think it's like a pH 8 or like something like that. And his were sky high. And then his kratom levels were super high when he went in. Plus he had Xanax in his system. Plus he had Ativan. I mean, he had like a big combination. And I think he was taking so much that when he couldn't get his hands on it, that's when he was seizing. That's when she was running to her grandmother's trying to get Ativan or trying to go over to the border to get Ativan because I think he was withdrawing and that's where the seizures were coming from. And then the money thing, I wanted to mention that because I know people are talking about she controlled the money, and that could very well be. She could just be a controlling person, but also
controlling.
Yeah, but also could it be that he had he was clearly in pain from his accident? Could it be that she didn't want to give him the money, afraid he was going to go buy opioids? Like, I'm sure she's not putting everything online. I mean, I wonder that, like he's taking so much and she's scared to give him money for fear he's going to go buy, I don't know. It's just something to throw out there.
I'm convinced though that she has a Shanann Watts complex.
Yeah.
She wants to make sure that everything is good, and she wants to make sure that she has a loving husband and can't be the single mom. She's gotta put it out there that she's so perfect. That's how I see it.
I do too.
You don't want him to go.
She seems very controlling, and like
Total.
everything's got to be like just a certain way. Yeah, that's exactly how Shanann was too. And like, look, you can push men to snap.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not get into Watts, because he definitely didn't push her to snap and on her 2 children. So
No. I mean, but just that overpowering personality, and everything's just got to be so. You can push. Well, you could push anybody, man or woman, to reach their limit.
Yep. And Kate, I agree with you. Selling the dream. It's exactly what it was.
Now, I do know his dad got to visit him for 2 weeks. I heard his dad say that. He got 2 weeks to visit with him. And I seen a video too where she held the phone up to his ear, and the mother who raised him, his grandmother, was talking to him on speakerphone. So he has heard from his mother. But his mother who gave birth to him, that's the one that's not on the birth certificate because she gave him up. That's the one who's trying to see him, but he didn't have a relationship with her. So I don't know if his wife is trying to honor his wishes by not letting, her see him, or
Yeah,
what her deal is.
But here's the thing though, even if that's the case and he didn't like his mom, once you're dead, you don't get another chance.
True.
So even if somebody says, oh, I don't want to see my mom, or I don't want to see my dad, but you can't get another chance after death.
You're right. Yeah.
So,
but if she's thinking that he's going to pull through this,
it doesn't matter.
She might be, like in her mind, she might be thinking he's going to pull through this and wake up, and he's going to be so mad at me that I let, his birth mother come in. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'm just throwing, just playing devil's advocate, throwing things out there.
No, I hear you. I just think that I don't know, something is off, and I don't like her. I don't trust her.
Yep.
Do I think he had, just like, you can make a guy snap? I think that he was just so miserable and felt like maybe he had nowhere to turn.
Yep, I do too.
That still kind of makes her liable.
Yeah.
And do I think she hung him or something? No, I don't. Do I think maybe he was never really hung and maybe she tried killing him? Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. So I had heard I don't know if it was, I don't want to call out other, like channel people, but it was one of the other channels talking about it. And I had heard them saying, well, where was the chair that he used, to get up, and, how did there's no way she could have got him down, and he has defensive marks on his arm. But I don't know, because when I reached out, to an old friend that is law enforcement out there, he said that the abrasion on his arm was from him falling when she cut the rope. That there was a chair there, that pretty much everything, like the story, all the way down to the kid, was accurate.
But meanwhile, I was listening to a police report or something, and Heels, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was listening to Molly about a police report, I think, and never mentioned his neck having an injury.
He does though. There's pictures of it. His dad was talking about it on one of the something I listened to, about how he could still see, where it was healing. And then there's some pictures you can see the mark, and this is how you always know if somebody actually did it to themselves or not. Well, it's one way, which Jason Jensen taught me this, is if the rope goes up behind the ears, like kind of in a V neck and not circular, around the neck. And you can see in one of the videos that the rope does go up in that, that angled, like V-type shape. Like it kind of goes up back behind both ears, because
Okay.
that's an actual hang. That's one of the, one little tiny thing that he taught me. But you can see it in some of the pictures.
What's not in the police report a little bit? Because I don't know if it was a police report, but she was reading something. And they said something about his hand being cut, but there was nothing about any rope around his neck. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she just, faked it. I wouldn't put it past her.
Yeah. He definitely has the abrasions around his neck.
Okay.
And then he had the abrasions on his arm, which the other YouTuber said were defensive wounds, but I was told it was from him falling from when she cut him.
Where'd you
cut the rope down.
Where do you see pictures? Where'd you see pictures?
Oh, oh goodness, they're all over. I'll see if I can find them and email them to you. They're basically just where people screenshot from her videos, and then you can like zoom in, you can see the abrasions on his neck.
Okay. All right. I have to look more into that. But I really did not want to spend the entire night on this case, and I've already been on a while, so I want to move on.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
But thank you for coming up. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And thank you for explaining all that.
Yeah, lesson learned, lesson for everybody. Don't go to Mexico and buy your medication.
Or you get fentanyl.
Right. All right, bye.
Bye. Interesting. Okay. I could never tire of this case for whatever. Which one? The Vaughn case? So that was a little step into the Vaughn case. But as you can tell from the people that know the case, there is a lot of con going on and a lot of BS going on. She does heels. So I'm going to look more into that. I'm definitely going to look at the pictures, but just because Marissa said that I would have to make a donation to pay for it, well, that means that I'm going to cover it because I'm a bitch like that. I just am. So, and I'm not going to make a donation. So there's that. So let me go ahead and go on to my next topic. Was anyone in Tyler's stream earlier? The people that were in Tyler's stream. Tyler, all right. So if you guys have been following me, you follow Tyler, you follow Doug, hey, Chrissy, you follow any of us, you've been following Dylan Rounds. There has been stuff that popped up lately that I just don't buy. I am a huge believer in proof. I want to see proof. I don't want somebody's word for it. I don't want somebody to tell me that they said this and here's the answer. Show me the money. Show me the proof. Show me where this is real. So there was this guy that called in at the beginning of the case, okay? And let me rephrase. The reason why I said show me the money is because I feel like all these people want money. And I don't mean creators. I'm saying these people that are calling in and people that want money for this or they want money for that. Yeah, now's the time. So when I say show me the money, I feel like even if they're not asking for money, they will eventually. It's just how I feel. So at the beginning of the case, there was this guy from Canada. This was when I was still, talking to Jim. This guy from Canada called up and said that he can confirm that Dylan was gay. I don't know who he contacted, but originally, I don't know if it was Tyler or Jim, but this guy said that he has a sex videotape with, oh, it was you. Okay. He contacted Tyler. He has a sex videotape with Dylan Rounds. So Tyler was like, well, show me the proof. Hey, Mickey, show me the proof. Never produced it. Jim spoke to the guy, never produced it. Now, I don't know if anybody had physically spoke on the phone with him or is just via email. Tyler, was it email or did you guys actually speak? Because as far as I know, it's only been email. See, good egg, that's how I feel. And wait till you see what happens. So I call bullshit. Whoop, sorry. I call BS on this. I don't believe it. I didn't believe it then. I don't believe it now. Okay. So I had made a couple of and I'm going to show you guys the letter, the last letter that was shown on Tyler's stream. I'm going to show that and tell me what you guys think. All right. But also, Jim pops on because Jim got word that I said that I don't necessarily believe that it's real, that these pictures of this camper are real. Now, I also stated multiple times, and when I say multiple times, I mean, I probably said it 12 times last night, that I'm not saying I'm right because I very well could be wrong and these could be real pictures. But Jim takes that personal. I don't even understand why he would take that personal. This isn't about you, Jim. It's about the picture. Now, again, I'll state I could be wrong. Like, I absolutely could be wrong. But the way he acted, I don't think I'm wrong. I really don't. So let me go ahead. I'll start with you guys want me to start with Jim or you want me to start with the letter? They kind of go hand in hand, really. Because Jim believes this person. 87% of the chat believes this person and believes Jim. Now, Tyler, not like me, he didn't have only 250 people. He had like 2,500 at this point, and 87% believe in Jim and believe in this letter. Yeah, but he didn't really apologize to me. If you really listen, that wasn't an apology. That's why you really have to listen to people's words. So I'll start with the Jim stuff first. So first, let me say, I want to show everyone how you spot a con man. And then I'm going to play this little clip of Jim tonight, if Tyler doesn't mind. Hold on. Okay. Let me put this on my other screen. Now, keep this in mind. How to spot a con man. Thank you, Tyler. And I'm the same way. Force teaming. Okay. I'll screen share this so you guys can see it along with me. Force teaming. You can clearly identify it when a stranger conjures a shared experience with you when none exist by using the pronouns we and us in phrases like now we've done it or we're some team. Criminals use it to get closer to their victims by creating the illusion that you're both in the same boat. Moreover, most people are reluctant to deflect forced teaming because it's difficult to do so without seeming rude. This only adds to the criminal's advantage. Now, I don't think Jim is a criminal per se, so some of the criminal stuff doesn't apply, but read around that, especially when he says, we've done it, we're a team, we're this, we're that. Typecasting. Typecasting is a technique con artists generally use to get someone's full attention. It always involves a slight insult that is easy to refute. For example, a man at a bar tells a woman that she's probably too snobbish to talk to him. Yeah, that was a total backhanded apology. She could easily prove him wrong by sparking a conversation, but the best defense against typecasting is to ignore the remark entirely because acknowledging it is exactly what the typecaster wants, which is exactly why I ignored him after his apology. Charm and niceness. Charm is always a tool people use to attain a certain goal, according to the writer. Most charmers aren't a threat, but many criminals will use charm to deceive you of their harmful intentions. A good defense, which helps you understand the charmer for who they really are, is to consciously tell yourself, this person is trying to charm me, as opposed to this person is charming. Now, the reason why I'm reading you all this, because he did every single one of these in tonight's 10-minute stream. Literally did every single one of these. Too many details. Every con, big or small, relies on one thing: distracting you from the obvious. One of the most obvious facts in a questionable situation is when you're approached by a stranger. DeBecker says that oftentimes criminals will converse with their victims a little too much, feeding them too many details about false experiences in order to distract their victims from the obvious fact that a person doesn't know them at all. Moreover, the reason criminals give too many details is a telling sign of their malintent. When people are telling the truth, they don't feel doubted, so they don't feel the need for additional support in the form of details. When people lie, however, even if what they say sounds credible to you, it doesn't sound credible to them, so they keep talking. It does sound like MGL too. Unsolicited promises. Always be suspicious of a stranger who says, "I promise." Promises are the very hollow instruments of speech, according to DeBecker, because they do nothing more than reveal someone's attempt to convince you of something. Whenever someone gives you an unsolicited promise, defend yourself by thinking, "You're right. I'm hesitant about trusting you, and maybe with good reason. Thank you for pointing it out." Loan sharking doesn't apply to him. Loan sharking is a technique con artists use to get you in their debt. They'll do something for you, like carry groceries to your car, but will expect a greater favor in return. Actually, this does sound like him. Most people are not criminals and might simply want to help, but just to be safe, listen to your intuition and look out for other signals that suggest this person might not be as generous as you want them to think. Discounts the word no. Dr. Becker says that ignoring the word no is the most universally significant signal that you should not trust this person. Declining to hear a no is a signal that someone is either seeking control or refusing to relinquish it. Later adding that if you let someone talk you out of the word no, you might as well wear a sign that reads, "You are in charge." Now, I had not found any of this, until after the stream, when I was looking to put together this stream. And I was absolutely hysterical that he fit every single one of these tonight. And I'll play it. Hold on. I got to pull it up. I couldn't believe it. And I know people think he gave me an apology. If you really listen, it was the furthest thing from an apology. But I don't want his apology. I mean, apologizing from a con man is not an apology. It's fake, like everything else. He knows I'm on to him. Tyler. All right. Oh, I thought you had Candace on your panel. I was like, whoa, Tyler. All right. Did I miss it? Oh, I'm on the wrong stream. Duh. All right. And Kim comes up. Black Dove. We're almost there, guys. All right, here we go. Well, it's about 20 minutes, I guess. I didn't think he was on that long. All right. And it starts with this letter that we're going to discuss.
He said a boyfriend in a joke, and that he would.
I don't want to go too far ahead.
Now, keep in mind, this is my language, my interpretation, the exact context.
Tim, 10. So I'd rather
else. He's totally full of it.
Age.
But he
Let me address real quick Leah Clayton. But it's like,
We're gonna get back
Laura,
to
I
that.
get what you're saying too. But to me, that was one of the things that I kept struck.
Oh, I don't know, honestly. Like,
percent.
Zero.
Really? So are you coming up?
He allegedly heard it from someone.
my head hurts today. Another friend's mom who Dylan
Was in a building somewhere else. And went on, checked the trailer, nothing was out of place.
Okay, that's pretty.
from the court doc. She said it in kind of
The way he was described.
I never heard him described.
He had a white phone. It says we're focusing on rumors. No, we're not focusing on rumors. We're going through the email that came to Tyler and I was not.
Jim, how real do you think that email is on a 1 to 100% basis?
I don't know what email you're talking about. I know I just got about 4 text messages and 2 phone calls where somebody just said, if the photo.
Now, just remember all the things I just read. Okay, keep that in mind. You got to keep in mind all the things I just read.
Those are real. Let me tell you who the man's name is that called me that's on the audio tape. His name is Mr. Clayton. And Tyler, if you want to tell me your email address, I'll send you his bio, the high school that he works at, his legendary coaching career, where he played college ball. This guy is the real deal. The only reason I haven't released his son's name is his son has an affliction. He has some sort of a disorder. I don't know if it's Asperger's. I don't know what it is because I've never seen the kid face to face. He is friends with not only Dylan Rounds, but also Dylan's brother, including going 4-wheeling with him 3 days ago. They were one of the first families, and even before JD, to get down there. That picture was probably taken about 72 hours, anywhere from 48 hours to 72 hours into the trip. He took 3 pictures before everybody that saw the inside of that trailer was whisked away by the mother almost 5 miles away to where they put their base camp. They did not want anybody near that trailer or anybody seeing anything else that went in there. That's why they are absolutely going mau right now that I got those photos and released them. That is unequivocally the inside of that kid's trailer, and it's been confirmed to me by several people. And if you don't want to believe me, and let's say you want to believe somebody with more credibility, like, I don't know, Kurt Wadsworth, listen to what his audio tapes say. He pretty much depicts everything down to the hot dogs. So anybody at this point who doesn't think that those are legit or that that call was fake either has an agenda or doesn't want to believe what they see because it proves what's being told is true. And that's the bottom line. So,
So notice also how he made it all about him. I said multiple times last night they could be real. I just not sure if they're real. But yeah. I don't ever talk as me and Tiffany as a team. Sorry. You got the wrong person for that.
I don't have permission to put those on the screen, though.
It's called proof. I asked for proof that this guy was who he said he was. Anybody can take pictures of anything. Is there a picture of him going with his son the other day? Is there is there proof of anything, or is it just your word?
Well, my word is better than your proof. Let's put it that way. Why don't you call Mr. Clayton and ask? Or let me ask you this. How come the people that are involved in this aren't calling anybody but me? That's my only question. How come these people
I wonder that too. But I wonder that too.
Let's agree to be nice to one another.
Well, the reason that they're calling me is because the people that are really close to this, Tyler, okay, and this might sound like I'm tooting my own horn, but it's more being defensive. They're the people that are on the inside of this. Candace Cooley's ex-fiance, who still has a bedroom with with Dylan Rounds' stuff in it, who virtually raised the kid for 10 years. The family that called me last night, Mr. Clayton and his son, and there was a whole nother hour conversation after that with his son, and you and I spoke about this, that I did not record and did not want to put on because of the kid's situation, okay? Whether it's the other people that were in the family, the fact that the grandparents and the aunt initially hired me. I mean, we're talking about as close as it gets to this thing. These people continue to reach out to me to some aspect, not the immediate family, the people on the outside.
Did you hear that phone call?
I'm sorry?
Laura, did you hear the phone call?
No.
It seems pretty credible, to be honest.
Okay. All I said was
If the
Where
picture's real.
is the proof? We are in true crime. We ask for proof. We don't just take someone's word. We ask for proof of something. That's
Right.
all I'm saying.
Right.
That's all I said. And I said, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm the first one to admit if I'm wrong. But just to take some Joe Schmo's word because he has a good story, I'm sorry. That's not how I work. Like, I want to see some solid proof.
What's interesting, Tyler, is there are other people that cover this story, and here is their proof. I talked to a source who I'm not going to reveal, but I know is there, and told me the FBI.
But I don't do work like that. That's not how I handle true crime. I show proof. If even if I have to say something, if someone says something, I back it up with proof. Like, I don't run with, oh, the source. That's J is for Justice. That's not me.
I said Jim Terry's a joke. My source, who I won't name, is, and that person goes on and is considered credible. That's a credible source. So what I'd like to do is, and listen, I don't.
No, you're going to hear why we don't get along in a few minutes. I tell them why we don't get along.
No, JD, I begged for him to call me or contact me. There's certain people that won't. The reason these people are contacting me now is they're frustrated. They're fed up. People that aren't even associated with this case are emotionally invested. Other YouTube channels. And let's be really honest here, Tyler. Other than maybe one or two legitimate channels out there, and this is one of them, okay? And I'll let you guys make the decision as to who the other one or two is. Nobody out there solving any cases. None of these people have ever solved a case. None of them have ever worked on a case or have the background to do it, no matter what you think of me. Put me in the same group with them. Maybe we're all the best of the worst. I don't know. But I can send you this guy's information, and if you have questions, I'll add the color to it. His name is Mr. Clayton. He's from Rigby, Idaho, Coach Clayton. You can look up Matt Clayton in Rigby, Idaho. You'll see who he is, and I'm sure with a little bit of background and searching, you'll see his family and the kid. This young man was very close and is still close with the family. But the things that he told me that were interesting, and his wife, and that was his wife in the background. Was that a question you had? Somebody was in the background talking, and you said, I think that was his wife?
I didn't have that question. I knew that was his wife based on the.
Yeah, no, that was me. That was me. I was asking if that was his wife.
That was his wife. And basically what I said is, why are you contacting me? And what do you think is going to happen once people know you've talked to me? And their answer was this: we've never met Candace Cooley. Never once. Never at an event. Never at a skate park. Never at a birthday party. We didn't even know what she looked like till this kid went missing. And we went down there and she was telling us, all right. He says he then grabbed all the maps. He started putting X's and putting a pie grid, or what do they call that? A search chart up, a grid search. And he started running the investigation the first 4 days until it became so apparent that nobody knew what they were doing out there. And law enforcement finally got involved, that he went and just said, we're out of here. His son had stayed at that place weeks previous to there. I asked his son a lot of questions. Did you ever see any other young men there? He said, no. He remembered times and dates. And his father even joked with me that my son has a memory like Rain Man. My son talks like Forrest Gump. He doesn't lie. And he 100% remembers numbers, times, dates, and everything. I asked this guy what time he went four-wheeling the other day with Dylan Rounds, who, by the way, his brother dropped out as a sophomore. So he's out of high school, too. That's why these kids can, hang around with each other all day. He's 19 years old. Dylan Rounds, his brother's a sophomore, running a farm by himself, supposedly up there. But the beatings, the choking with shower curtains, the running over your ex-wife with a car, in jail for that kind of stuff, or your current wife, those are all the things at this point with anybody that really wanted to do any sort of real background work could find out in a second. And by the way, why won't anybody ask the family these questions? This would be a pretty interesting phone conversation for the family to listen to. They're fed up. They're disgusted by this. They hate the fact that everything else at this point has failed. And I'll leave you with this, Tyler. I said a month ago.
Let me stop this for 1 second. I was half listening, but I'm listening now. If all that was true, he's a PI. Wouldn't he have looked into that first? wouldn't he have looked into the family first as a PI if you were any sort of a PI? Just saying. But how come that hasn't come up until you speak to this guy who allegedly, now there's all this stuff that he ran over his ex-wife with a car and he's in jail? And really, because I've seen him on interviews, he beat his kids up. Well, where are the police reports? How come you're not coming here with police reports? You're throwing out all these things, but you have no proof to back it up. That's all I'm asking, is proof.
We'll sit back, we'll watch, and we'll see what they find without me. Anybody want to guess what they found without me? They haven't made an arrest in the case. They made arrests with people in that town. They could do that with another 20 or 30. Nothing. They have zero. They don't even have a body. They don't even have a motive, except a big fat guy with a bad temper.
Christopher, it came up because I called him out on it. I'm the one that said, Jim, why wouldn't you look in the mother? And then he made up some bullshit excuse, as con men do. Con artists do.
Might have killed people in the past and might have killed him. Hell, 3 weeks ago, we thought Chase Venstre was the, what did Ty Corbin say? A blood murder. This was a blood murder. Nobody knows shit. And the more that I look into this, the more that I actually start to investigate it, that opening of that kid being alive a little bit longer and longer seems to start stretching. Now we got coolies that are running the social media pages and their web sleuths. Coolies. That's their names. Some of these people have fooled you guys. And they're coolies.
Language.
Some of these guys have fooled you. Sometimes you just got to take a step back and say, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Nobody's done that yet.
Well, I haven't had a reason to do that because I throw out all the possible theories that there are and say these are things that are possible and here are the motives and here's who's potential suspects in this case. Blah 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 blah. And I go down.
Present company excluded, but in Kim, you've been astronomical. Can Kim hear me? I don't know if she's still on.
Yeah.
Kim, can you hear me?
Yes.
Kim, Kim, let me say this right here, and then I'm not going to monopolize any time. I'm going to go. By the way, Kim, I figured at this point maybe you got lost in that house of yours. Kim, is Jim Terry a registered felon in the state of Florida?
Registered felon, convicted felon, no.
Okay. Is Jim Terry got a business license in the state of Mississippi, which is all that's needed to practice private investigating?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Do you need a license to practice as a PI in Idaho?
No.
No. Okay. So what's the problem here? What are we talking about? Kim, maybe you're a liar. Kim, do you have proof? See how that works? You could do it anyway. But you were
Jim, I'm running a poll for your sake. Jim, for your sake, I'm running a poll if the people believe you.
Now, remember the key points of what I said a con artist is. He has hit almost every single one of them. He's about to hit another one.
You are not.
Believe me on what part? Whether I'm
I just
a felon?
said, do you believe Jim?
Believe that the pictures were real?
Just believe you in general.
Well, I think that's pretty much going to come down to what show you're on and whether or not people, what I'd like to see is a poll as to whether or not people believe me, and then a poll as to how people, whether they like or dislike my delivery. And I think if you take the two, add them and divide
It's
it.
near 99% on people dislike your delivery. I'll tell you that much.
Right. Well, then, in certain pockets of the world, definitely. And with certain age groups too. You know what I mean? And that's fine. It is what it is. But I'll tell you this much. If you take those people out of it, the numbers are pretty high. What's my motivation? I've already been paid in full. I'm not making any more money on this. Nobody's making any money on this in my world. Other people may be.
He was just telling people that they needed to pay for pictures. He never returned the money that he got, but he was just paying people with his PayPal. Notice his PayPal's gone now. I'm pretty sure Doug had an influence over that. Hey, Janelle, pretty sure Doug had an influence over that. Like, dude, get rid of your PayPal. You're looking like a money hungry. But he was pretty money hungry the last couple of weeks.
I do wonder what your motivation is to go on to a bunch of different YouTube shows? Like, I don't know what the incentive is for you on that front, just to be
There's
honest.
3. Well, we've already found a kid based on me being on these shows whom Tyler never would have known I existed. I mean, I don't know if you reiterated that. You know, I found a kid in 4 hours in Seattle. Well, he's an adult. He's not a child. Right. Found him. The mother said she'd come on the show. It's where she heard me. So that helps. I made money on it. I mean, they paid me. I run a business. I have a business. That's why I have a business license. This is a job. It's not entertainment. Okay. So that's why when people ask me, well, you know about what's the young girl in Tennessee? Summer Wells. No. You know what happened with Chris something? It's Colorado. No. I couldn't tell you anything. Don't care. It's not my business. And if I'm paid to do it, it is my business. The other reason, Tyler, is competitiveness. When you've been to the level of football I have, 1995 national championship winner at Long Beach City College, call Coach Rise, Biggie's waiting for you. Full NC2A scholarship athlete. When you've spent your entire life and one of 150 jobs in the whole world as a kicker, no matter what people want to say it is, you have a level of competitiveness that doesn't go away like a boxer or a fighter. So the answer to your question,
who is he competing against? That's my question. He's talking about competition. Who's he competing against?
Is I'm competitive. That's why at the age of 45, I still want to do what I do and make a living doing it. Private investigating is one of 2 jobs I have. It's technically not my career. It's a job. I don't know if that makes sense to you, but when you look at those things and you talk to people that actually exist and they're not an emoji or, you know, a piece of steak or a chicken wing or whatever's out there, you'll see that if you look down the line of what it is, it's 100% verifiable if you want to verify it. Do your own work. I don't have to prove myself. Prove me wrong. Call Long Beach City College. Ask them if I wasn't a scholarship national title winner. Call that family that's Jed Hall's mom. She's waiting to get on shows. They won't put her on. She really wants to talk with Adventures with a Purpose. Boy, is she mad. So there's a lot more to this than just whoever goes on in drones. And that's why the numbers on shows like this are astronomical. And I don't mean you, Tyler, because you have a lot to do with that, 99.9% of it. And the shows that beat me up for 4 hours a day got 31 people listening to it. There's your poll.
That makes me sad that people do that shows like that. So the poll is 87% believe Jim, 13%.
I'm sorry, say that again.
87% in your favor.
Yeah.
That's down 3%. You've lost 3% of your supporters.
Sure. Well,
87% of Tyler's chat, 87% believe in Jim. Yeah. He had like 2,500 people in there. 2,500 people and 87% believe in Jim.
There's a hell of a lot more people that jump on these things that didn't watch him before that hated me. You know what I mean? There maybe is your 3%. I'll take, but 87%, I'll take that in anything. Free throws, field goals, or votes on your station. What is it? You have to have 1,000 votes in order for it to be considered legit. Did I hear you say that before?
Yeah, we're not quite there. We only have 500 votes. So
yeah. Well, unless we all turn our phones and our TVs off and they start stuffing ballot boxes, I think that'll pretty much stay where it's at.
So,
well, I love making Tyler nervous. That's the best part.
For the record, he didn't make Tyler nervous, and you'll understand why Tyler was looking the way he did in a couple of minutes. And I want to thank you, Tyler. But of course, Jim thinks it's all about him.
I just try to keep things like in
I agree, downtown
tip-top shape around here, and you disrupt the status quo when you hop around and never know what's going to happen.
We'll do something called graffiti. You ask me anything, I'll answer it direct and short, or I'll take off. I won't diatribe. You just got to ask me a direct question. I'll answer it.
Do you think that the Canadian guy that sent the email is real? Well, not that the guy is real. We know the guy is real. Do you think the email is real?
He sent several emails, right?
Right, correct. But do you think his story is true?
Yes. Is there aspects? I mean, is there aspects of it that are moved around? Was he in Canada or was he in Seattle? I don't know. Does that man exist out there? Yeah, I would say he would.
But
Sure,
do you
why
think
not?
that his story is legitimate?
What is his story? What part of it? That he came down, had a little bit of a relationship, and has a video?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I would tend to believe him at this point. Do I have any proof?
I may be the only person that absolutely thinks it's a bunch of horse crap, and I'll show you guys when this is done.
No. Other than he emailed me once. You know what I mean? He went to the FBI. I'll tell you who does know, the FBI.
Do you think he actually went to the FBI, or you think it's totally fabricated? The whole thing's fake.
Well, I don't know how it works with Canada and the FBI. Listen, the FBI is the best in the world at what they do. Thank God they're out there. Whatever they found lead them to believe there's a crime. I don't know, Tyler. I would just be guessing at this point. And sometimes you got to make that guess. I don't know. It's 50-50. I think
Did Dylan ever hire anybody from Craigslist? Did anybody tell you that when you were hired by the case? You're trying to figure out what was going on?
No. I was under the assumption that there was very few people in Dylan Rounds' life, period. And I'm right about that. Boyfriends or otherwise. There just is not a lot of people in this kid's life. When I dig into this, when it's time and people reach out to me, I don't reach out to people anymore. They reach out to me. Shows I will, and shows reach out to me. But there's just not a lot of people here. There's a handful of friends. Where's the other set of grandparents? Where's his brother and sister? Where's his aunts and uncles? Where's his massive amounts of friends? Where's Uncle Ron, the 59-year-old man he was sleeping in tents with, who cut his grass?
What's Ron's? Do you happen to know Ron's last name?
Nobody will tell me. They're scared to tell me. You think he would out himself?
Dove, Black Dove. Do you remember what I said Ron's real last name was?
No.
I'm asking Black Dove. I said Ron's.
Wait. Are you talking about the Ron Tello guy?
Yeah, but
no,
that guy's real last name.
Ron Tello is a guy locally in town who had bought a business, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. But Uncle Ron, did you say Uncle Ron's real last name?
No, I don't know Uncle Ron's real last name, and nobody will give it to me. If you listen to the audio tape of the people that Candace,
I meant Tyler.
If you listen to the audio tape of the woman that Candace Cooley owes the family the millions of dollars, if you listen to that tape, she mentions Uncle Ron, and I said, Uncle Ron, I only know Aunt Wells and Justin, and I don't know that there was an uncle. And they said, well, he's not an uncle. And I said, oh, well, tell me about him. He's Mr. Rounds' friend then, Justin's buddy, his best buddy. No. Well, how is he his uncle? Well, he's not. Well, what would they do? He cut his grass. He'd spend the night over there. He'd make pizzas. They slept in a tent together. I says, whoa. He's not his uncle? And nobody in the family ever told me about that man. So I thought that was a little peculiar. He sounds like the Rigby, Idaho version of Kurt Wadsworth.
So he didn't even live in Montello. Belinda, thank you for that super chat, or super sticker. Really appreciate it. The super chat, super stickers are very appreciated here. Robin says, ask about 3 on top left cabinet. Now, Robin,
I know what she's talking about.
Robin, he sent those pictures to me now, but I don't have permission to play them on the screen, but I do have them. And there is a 3 on the top cabinet. Are you inferring something to do with threes?
Yeah, I think she is, because there's a lot of 3s that have been thrown around in this case.
Do you know what they're doing?
Yeah, let me add a lot. Right around this time, every troll in chat is going, why don't you do a poll on Laura? Why don't you do a poll on Laura? Why don't you do a poll on Laura? Over and over and over and over. No, do you believe in the things Jim's saying? Do you like Jim overall?
A certain YouTuber.
So I don't know what I'm allowed to say and what I'm not allowed to say, guys. You got to kind of direct here, but that guy still calls me. I still talk to Salty. Am I allowed to mention his name? I don't know how this works.
I don't have beef with anybody, so okay. You can mention
Salty
people.
Calls me. I spoke with Salty today. It was a very interesting conversation. And I asked him about that, and I joke with him about that. I says, did you know that I'm now one of the top people in the Masonic Lodge in St. Louis? So I joke with him about that. And I asked him about the 33 in the name, and he said that has to do with agriculture. It has to do with something else. He says that his grandfather or his father or something like that was high up in the Masonic Church, but he in no way, shape, or form has anything to do with that. Now, I think that's kind of like asking Santa Claus at the mall if he's real. Santa Claus at the mall is not going to say, no, I'm making $12 an hour, but I'm going to take your request anyway. What kind of toys you want? So I think it might be something like that. I don't think you're allowed to say if you are. I asked him about the secret handshake. I asked him about all that kind of stuff. And he kind of deflects it a little bit and says, no, that's not what I'm about. I talked with his wife today on the phone too. So even some of these people that say they hate my guts and I'm a fraud and a con man and this and that, they call me on a daily basis. It's wild. It's absolutely wild.
You weren't mad that he made a video that said F you, Jim Terry and all that. You guys didn't have a feud, or you made a truce?
You know what? I was at first. Jim Terry, I was irritated with that because I'm the one that brought him into this thing. Nobody heard him except him when I brought him on your show, Tyler. I said, this guy needs to call, remember? And we all went over with a fine-tooth comb.
That was on Laura's show, and you said, I have Salty's going to give you guys content.
Okay, maybe it was her show then. I remember being on that show. I haven't been on it lately. But I do know that I brought him on one of the shows, and I brought him into this thing. So where he goes from there, I don't know. I don't understand his angle. I really, really don't.
Debbie, who gave you the nickname of Bulldog, which, hang on a second, let me address something. You guys asking me to do a poll on Laura, it's ridiculous. Laura is a friend of mine. She, out of everybody on the whole internet, just so you know, has gone on these streams where people are bashing me and stands up for me. When the whole rest of the internet is trying to flush my head down the toilet, she's one person who's actually standing up for me. And so you guys need to be nice and kind to her. She's a friend of this channel. And that doesn't mean we agree on everything spiritually. In fact, Laura, tell them, you and I had a big, long phone conversation about everything spiritual the other day.
Good.
And I explained to you everything that I believe about Jesus, the Bible, all of that.
Yep. We had a wonderful conversation. It was like 2 hours, but we did. We had a wonderful conversation.
So, and you said if there's a miracle, you believe in Jesus, right?
I did.
See, there you guys go. So that helps satisfy some things on my channel. And you're here with Jim, and you guys are both not talking to each other really, but you're on the screen together. That makes me happy. We're one step closer to an apology and even an off-air friendship. I feel excited about that.
Oh, I'll apologize right now. I don't have a problem doing that. I'm sorry if I offended you. I'm sorry if I upset you. I'm sorry if you feel that I think you're illegitimate or any kind of a jerk. I don't care enough about a lot of these people to hate them. You know, it's why I don't have it. You know how many people have called me, Tyler, in the last 2 weeks, begging me to do a channel? I'll run it. We'll pay you. Let's do this. Let's do that. Right now I got a website reserved. I could go live right now, and there was another platform where they can't strike you. In fact, they even wanted me to have a doxing Hall of Fame on a website. And I said,
don't
no.
Do that. Do not do that.
I said, no.
A, I don't believe that at all. B, show the proof. Because the only people that I see that want you on are the ones that you called and begged to go on. And that was right after my interview with them. So, yeah.
No. So, I don't know what it is. But if I offended her and I did that, I apologize. Have I gone on shows?
Right there. You didn't offend me or anything. You're just a liar. I see you're a con man, and I want nothing to do with you. End of story. That's
now
it.
that we got that off of our chest.
Thank you for that, Tyler.
Apologize for you.
Tyler, bringing people closer together.
You're just a liar. I saw right through you, and you're nothing but a con man, a fast talking con man, plain and simple.
That is how you describe yourself, Jim. You do call yourself.
No, what I have said on interviews on ESPN and everything is you can't con a con man, you can't hustle a hustler. It's called tongue in cheek. It's like saying, well, I have resting bitch face, or I have. Fingernails. Your fingernails grow if you eat Jell-O. It's a saying. What happens is these people that have some sort of an issue, and I don't know what it is. And listen, she's your friend, and I respect your channel, so I'm not going to go back at her. But I've gotten a few phone calls about her as well, and I don't choose to
go there. Let's not go there, Donald Trump Jr. Let's not go there. Okay, Debbie, who gave you the nickname Bulldog, says, why do you feel like you have to defend yourself? 87% of us are behind you. No more Red Bulls for you.
Actually, she said 87% of us ate behind you, but I think I loved it.
Oh, Princess, they absolutely do. I've said that. I have absolutely said that a million times. Tyler's chat, 87% love him. They absolutely love him, but he's a liar, and I can prove it. I have proved it.
Debbie, love you.
And I love Debbie. Can I answer that? First of all, Debbie's the lady I said I would leave my car keys and my garage door open with. Okay.
Yeah.
So Debbie was on your show, Kim.
Correct.
And what I can tell you is I'm not satisfied with 87%. I want 100%. That's competitive. That's not willing to give up. Not only that, but listen, I got some inner ear problems on one of my ear from being hit in a game. I've lost hearing in my ear. If I'm yelling, it's like being in a crowded room. I just think that you can't hear me well enough, and I want to make sure I project. So here's what I don't understand. You people listening to me can turn your computers down. I mean, I don't know how to turn my volume down. I speak at one level. So it is what it is. But she may be right, you know, but I'm not willing to satisfy at 87%. And sooner or later, this case will be over with. And you know what's going to happen? Everybody's going to go away.
Wait, hold on. Did you just say I might be right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You just said I might be right about you.
About what?
You just said I might be right.
No,
You
she
said
was talking
Laura
about
might be
Debbie.
right.
He was saying Debbie was right that he's screaming.
I thought he meant Laura might be right about him.
That's the next step. We'll get there next week.
So that was pretty much all of it. There's a little bit after, but not much. So remember all the points of a con man? He hit every single one of them. Some girl comes on panel, he tries to wow her. He tries to cut a buddy up to her, how beautiful she is, and blah, blah, blah. He fit every single criteria of a con man, because that's what he is. He asked Tyler, he promised us clips, he promised us videos, he promised us exclusive interviews. He never did jack shit. He never came through with any of it. All he did was lie. He would tell us one thing and then run to another channel. He's a fraud. He's an absolute fraud. Nobody real is calling him with information because he's not on the case. He's, you know, the sad part is he's not even a YouTuber. I could see them contacting YouTubers. Like I can see why someone from Canada would contact, you know, Tyler. He promised Doug that jailhouse interview, never happening. That empty promises. He hit every single point of a scam artist, a con artist, every single one of them. It was over 500 that voted. Yeah, let's see where our vote's at. And an exact opposite. Do you believe in like Jim? 66% said no. 66. Jim stole from kids. Yeah, I've seen that. I'm not going to get into all that because I'm already on a long time, but I want to cover this letter. But yeah, keep voting. All right, let me. Oh shit, I shut it down accidentally. Hold on. Okay. So there is this guy, like I said, from Canada. The latest letter that that Tyler received or Kim received is this letter. Kim, you want to come up and read it again? So I'm going to go ahead and read it, and you guys tell me what you think. Hey, I met Dylan through Craigslist a year ago. He was looking for a labor help for a couple of days around his farm. After work, we were in his trailer having a couple of beers talking. He asked if I had a girlfriend. I told him no. Then he said a boyfriend in a joking way. I said not at the moment. He said, really? Are you gay? I said I was bisexual. Then he said he was gay, but in the closet. I've never heard of a gay man saying that they're in the closet, but I could be wrong. Like I said, I grew up in New York. It's a little different. Empress, no, he is a fucking con artist. Plain and simple. He's a lying con artist. I'm sorry, you can't believe it. We ended up hooking up that night and I slept over. We were talking the next day about experiences we had on Grindr. He said he was being harassed after hooking up with a guy on Grindr. Somehow the guy's parents found out and they're very religious. They were blaming Dylan, saying he took advantage of their son, saying no way was their son gay. He was just confused and Dylan took advantage of him. They also said in their country, gay people are given the death penalty and that they could kill their son in an honor killing for embarrassing the family. Dylan told them he would leave their family alone, but the guy kept messaging through a secret phone. He was telling Dylan he can't leave his house without his parents and that they were sending him to a conversion camp. He also said his parents were beating him. Dylan told him to call the police or asked if he wanted Dylan to call the police for him. After that, Dylan didn't get a response from the guy for 2 days. Then he got a text that didn't sound like the guy, but said that he was fine at a family member's place and was going to lay low for a little bit, so that he would be getting a new number. He told Dylan he would message him again when he was settled in, but that was supposedly the last time he heard from that guy. I'm not sure if this is even useful, but I didn't want to be the one to out Dylan. Plus, I'm no longer in the US. I messaged his mom, but she doesn't believe me and wanted me to send her a video I have, but I told her no. Since it's not a PG video, a mom should see it as we were both naked and I'm performing a sexual act on him. I call this entire thing bullshit. This has BS meter written all over it. All over it. And now I'm going to go through why. One, I'll start at the bottom. And I said this on Tyler's. All this guy has to do is show Dylan's face on this video. He doesn't need to show the whole thing. He doesn't need to show the entire video. But what he does need to do is just take your phone camera, since you have this video, take this phone camera and just snap a picture of the face. Plain and simple. It's that simple. Just snap the picture of the face. End of story. There's no big secret to it. If you have Dylan on video, just do that. He has never done that. No, I have a video, but I can't show it to you. This is the mother of a missing child. Why are you even telling her that you have this video of him naked or getting head or whatever, but you can't tell, but you should tell her, but she's just supposed to believe you. This is a missing child here. Hello? So that's number one. The guy's detail of this story is complete nonsense. The details that he have, I agree, true crime. The details that he has gone into is completely fabricated. If he met this guy, now I don't know exactly when this letter is supposed to be from, but if he met this guy 2 years ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, he wouldn't know every single vivid detail of what happened. He would say, yeah, Dylan met this guy and the guy's chasing him or whatever. The whole, hey Clarissa, the entire detail would not be there. Now I don't know, let's see. Okay, does anyone know what country they still kill people for being gay? Because we're in 2022. Conversion camp, maybe. But do they even have conversion camps in the other parts of the world? Because if they're still killing you for being gay, I highly doubt they have a conversion camp. I mean, don't quote me on that. I could be wrong, but I really highly doubt. Thank you, Shannon. All right, good egg. Canada was on a major lockdown during COVID. People weren't crossing the border for Grindr hookups. Yeah, but he did say that he used to live in the U.S. I caught that on the second time around. He did say that he used to live in the U.S., but he doesn't live in the U.S. now. Yeah, he said he was in the U.S. at the time at his grandfather's house, which was in Arizona. He sent when was this one sent? Yes, Avery, I didn't catch it the first time around either. First time I heard it, I didn't catch it. Yeah, he was visiting Arizona, which is 90 miles from where Dylan is. Why would you need a 3-day job 90 miles away? It would cost you more in gas than you would make for 3 days. Think about that. A 625. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. But he said that he went there for a job. He went there for labor help 90 miles away for labor help for a few days. I'm not buying it. Exactly, King. That's what I'm saying. So that was the other thing. And after that, Dylan didn't get a response for 2 days. Then he got a text that didn't say, there's no way that he would know all this. Could be, yeah, but 90 miles away? You couldn't be 90 miles away. You know how much that would be in gas? That would be more than what you would make. Jim is the guy who clicks the link in the virus email. It says your virus has a PC. That's a good one, Ann. Now I can see maybe why Kim and Tyler might believe this at first, but Jim's supposed to be a PI and he's believing it? No, definitely not. Gas would eat your profits. That's what I'm saying. Dylan drove 120 miles to work every day to work at a wine gamble ranch. Yes, but that's not a labor for a few days. No, someone in Tyler's chat said it was 90 miles from where he was. It's more than that. Everything he knows about Dylan's personality contradicts the idea that he would let someone film him in a sex act. That's true too. Closet guys don't do that. Maybe he didn't know he was being filmed. You can't assume that he knew he was being filmed. Maybe he knew. It was 12 hours away. Okay, 12 hours away. So that's 600 miles. He's not going there for a labor job. I don't know. Someone said it was like 90 miles. So I went with it. On this guy's Twitter, he seems to follow around hard rock bands. I tried looking to see if any of the bands he follows were in that area. Okay. I follow hard rock bands. I don't know. Someone said it was 90 miles, so I just ran with it. I never checked. My bad. But I knew it was far. But even on Tyler's stream, I said that was far. And then they said, no, that someone said it was 90 miles, so I just went with it. Arizona to Idaho, border to border is 935 miles. All right, it's 12 hours. Nobody, I can see if you're working 120 miles for, a steady job or really good money, but this is a labor job for a couple of days. Labor help for a couple of days around his farm. There's no way you're driving 12 hours for that. You can find work in Arizona. So that's the other thing. And like I said, I've never heard of a gay guy saying, well, I'm still in the closet. I don't know. But that is how I know. I agree, and it does prove my point even more. Why would you be looking? Exactly. That's why I don't believe this. I think the whole thing is fabricated. And again, there's only one. This is the only letter I've actually seen. But from this letter, absolutely do not believe any of it. I think he's completely full of it. And if he didn't want to show his mom, okay, send it to Tyler. Send it to Kim. Send it to somebody that's not his mom. They're not going to show porn on a video. I mean, they're not going to show porn on YouTube. You know what I mean? They're just not going to do that. They're not going to lose their channel over it. So what does that mean? That means that this guy is completely full of shit. And that's why I stand by it. And Tyler, what were the odds? I mean, what was your stat? Like 90% of the chat believed this guy? Okay, also sent guy questions, try and vet him. He only said he'd answer me after FBI meeting. Also, just so people know, when we first reported it, we made sure that it was non-verified. Yes. 60% believe this is real. Tyler, Kim, both, anyone, take a link. I don't like talking for you guys. You guys come up. And I did StreamYards just for you, Tyler. Go look at Phoenix, Arizona, Craigslist. That's what I'm saying. You wouldn't need to go all the way to, 1,000 miles away. That's crazy. Hey.
I can only be on for like a minute because I really should go to sleep.
Come on, you're up till 3 a.m. Like
I know, but I need to go to church in the morning.
Oh.
So I've always said since the beginning of this, I'm super skeptical of it. But like I said, I throw everything sort of at the wall and just kind of go from there and say, is there a possibility that this is real? Once we had 4, 5, 6, 7 emails with this guy, vetted him as a real person, it's like, yeah, maybe there's a 10% chance this is real.
Yes, let me throw that out there. Kim vetted and Tyler vetted this guy. He is a real person, like the real. He's not like some fake troll name. Like they vetted him, like he is a real person. Whether he is being honest or not is a different story. But they did both vet him, and he is real person per se.
Like we've literally read every single one of his tweets.
Yes. And he's young. You said he was like 22, right?
No, he's a little older than that. He's like mid to late 20s.
Okay. But Kim tends to believe it. Tyler's 50-50. I say 0 chance this is real.
Oh no, I'm not. I don't tend to believe it. I think it's possible, but probably not probable because of the guy not responding. I just can't figure out why he would do it, but I would say I'm probably more like 30-70, 30 to it being true and 70 to it not being.
Do you understand the things I pointed out of why I believe it's fake?
Oh yeah. I mean, what you're saying makes sense. The only thing that I keep coming back to is he had no real motive unless it was just a true LARP, right? He had, and even then, I'm not sure what he would have gained out of it. For everything he sent, he seemed to be thinking that guy, the grinder story and the parents and all that kind of stuff might have had something to do with the disappearance. That's the impression I got. I don't know if Tyler got that same impression, but I felt like that's the only reason why he was saying he was doing this.
Okay, now let me throw a curveball out here. And it's just a possibility. And I would have said it on your panel, but I legit just thought of it. You have never spoken to him on the phone, right?
I have not.
And what about you, Kim?
No.
Okay. So he has not actually given a phone number. What if this person is using a VPN and just happened to pick some random person's Twitter or some random person's?
No, because the tweets are like 7, 8 years old, and he has his email address on the tweets from several years ago.
Yeah.
Trying to get a job with Elon Musk at Tesla, and it's the same email that he used to contact me.
Oh, okay. Are you sure it's identical?
Yeah.
Okay. Then that throws it out, because I was thinking maybe he's part of the case or he's working for somebody and he just pulled a random person. But if the email matches, then probably not.
No, it's the same exact email.
Okay. And Kim also, shit, now I forgot. Oh, why do you think he won't have a phone call?
That's the part that leaves me only thinking 30% likely that it's true, because I think if he were legit that he would have a phone call. And the only thing I could think of, like if I was going to say, okay, he's telling the truth, would be that the FBI, according to him, told him not to.
Which I don't believe any of that either. Because, there's no reason, like just thinking about it, there's no reason why the FBI would tell you not to talk. You don't hold anything in the case. Just because you let's assume it's real. All right. Let's just assume it's 100% legit. it's not going to help solve Dylan's case. It doesn't point to where Dylan is, and if it's real, then the other person is in a different country. So anything that this guy has is not going to help find Dylan, which is why I don't believe that the FBI would tell him that. Now, I can see the FBI telling Candace, don't talk, that I can see, or someone that lives in the area, maybe Kurt or someone like that. I could see the FBI saying, don't speak. But the FBI is not going to tell someone in Canada who doesn't have any effect on the case at all, even if it was real. There's nothing legit on that he has that will help or hinder Dylan's case. That's why the FBI wouldn't say anything, say anything like that.
I get what you're saying. The only thing I could think of is if he was thinking that this guy that supposedly he says that Dylan had a semi relationship with, if he thought those parents, based on their statements, and again, not assuming that what he says is true, but going by what he says in this email, if he thought they had something to do with the disappearance, that's just the only way I could see, a reason I could see where it could be relevant.
And Black Dove, you're a gay man. I've asked gay women, but I haven't asked gay men yet. Would a gay 19-year-old ever say that he's gay, but he's in the closet? I've never heard anybody say that, ever. And I think I don't know. I don't know any gay guy that would say, well, I'm gay, but I'm in the closet. They wouldn't use that wording. They wouldn't. I don't know. I just don't see it. So I'm just wondering, Black Dove, from a male perspective, would a kid say that? I just don't see it. They say closeted. Oh, they stay closeted. That's what I'm saying. I've never heard somebody put it like that. And that's the other reason I don't believe it. Oh, you say they definitely would. Yes, I'm not saying you wouldn't be in the closet. I'm saying, would you say that you're gay but in the closet to someone that was not gay or was not fully gay? It is. I agree, Amber. But that was just one of the things that stood out to me, that I've never heard someone use a term like that. Like, yes, like other people say he's in the closet, not I'm gay, but I'm in the closet. I don't know. Yeah, you wouldn't be announcing it to people if you were in the closet. I don't know. I just found it very odd. Exactly. Yes, but I'm not open about it. I could go with that. I haven't come out yet. Exactly. If I was in the closet to everyone and someone told me they were bi, and you can't trust them, you just met them. Complete stranger. You're having beers with a complete stranger. You don't know who they are, where they're from. I just don't see it.
And then Tyler, oh, hold on, I don't know why I'm echoing. But Tyler, why did he say, did you send Laura that email where it said why the FBI wanted to interview him? Because he said his information came up in Dylan's phone records. Wasn't that it?
Yeah, I put it on the screen like a little bit later on this video, but I don't have the screenshot anymore. I deleted it off of my computer.
Oh, okay. But yeah, wasn't that what he said?
It wasn't because his phone records came up. It's because his name came up during their investigation.
Okay.
Guys, I'm going to put this out here. Dave, I understand you may not like the way someone is talking, but you don't attack Black Dove for that. That's wrong. Black Dove is not Jim. He cannot, speak for Jim. He can only speak for himself. His opinion is that he doesn't feel that Jim is homophobic. I don't either, because I really think Jim is gay. So I don't think he's homophobic, because I think he's gay. And don't don't bash Black Dove, because Black Dove isn't Jim. So, yeah, some people aren't always offended by the same things. Good point, Liz. All right. That's not proof either. He could just be yeah, I don't believe the FBI story. I don't think he's a homophobe. You can't be a homophobe if you're actually gay. So there's that. But Dylan being gay has no point in the story. Like, it did for a minute, maybe, if it was a hate crime, but yeah, this
And I agree with that. And I would say, like, on our channel, despite for whatever reason people disagree with this, although everyone last night kept applauding me for it, I kept getting super chats about it. Not last night, but Thursday night. But we haven't focused on that on my channel. Like, we've totally tried to focus on other things that were of relevance. Even when this information was first brought up, I said, okay, I don't understand how that pertains to this case really at all. And the only reason it was being brought up on my channel today was because we've never released this email publicly. We've mentioned it and talked about it, but I felt like now it's been a month or even longer since we've held on to it that we could probably release it, since it kept being mentioned. But we've never focused on that aspect of it because I never could figure out what the relevance of it was.
Yeah, the only way I think it would be relevant is if on the really off, low percentage chance that Dylan went off on his own because he didn't feel like his lifestyle was accepted. That's the only way I could see it being relevant. And I don't think that's really a possibility, but it's the only way I could see it really being relevant.
And I agree. Or if it was a hate crime, if he was killed or murdered for being gay, then yes, it's big relevant, you know?
Yeah.
But,
But I didn't get a sense that that was happening, you know? I did put in the motives, like, did he run away? Like that, what Kim said, that's a possibility. But I don't, like, there was nothing to indicate to me that it was a hate crime, even with people who were saying, well, it's high LDS, they did this. I don't think so. Like, you know, like, I didn't catch that vibe. If anybody did that, it probably would have been Kurt Wadsworth, because he's the one who said that that would happen that way.
Kurt is a whack job in itself. But let me also say this, and I mean this wholeheartedly. I don't want to focus on the gay issue.
Yeah.
I am a big believer in you're born gay, so it's not like a choice. It's not something you can change. You can't go to a I was going to say concentration camp. You can't go to a conversion camp and change. You know, you're gay, and that is how God wanted you. And I'm using God for a reason, but that is how God made you. So nobody can say it's wrong. Nobody can say it's bad. And, you know, they say back in the day that Jesus was gay, and they were all gay, from what I understand from my search in religion. But
that's not in the Bible.
What?
That's not in the Bible.
But there, in other versions of the Bible, there is. But, you know, you're born gay, and it's not a choice. And just like being female is not a choice, being male is not a choice. You're born. If you believe in God, then you're born however way God wanted you to be born. And that's it, plain and simple. So I'm a big believer in that. I've always believed in that. So there's no like discussion of gay bad, gay good. Like, you could, whoever you are is who you are, plain and simple.
When it's funny, Laura, because one time Tyler and I were talking, and I'm like, first of all, I don't understand why so many people get upset about that, because it's not a negative thing. Like, exactly. I don't understand why people get upset about, oh, you know, I don't know why you're talking about whether or not he's gay. I agree if it's not important to talk about, if it's relevant, but I also don't know why people consider it such a bad thing to discuss.
I agree with that. You are who you are, and you can't change it. We're all born a certain way. Willow, that's different. That's totally different. And God would not be pleased with that. I'm telling you, there is many proof out there that you know, men slept with men back then. Many proof. And I will find it if you need to. Now, I don't believe in God. but I know a lot of the chat does. I know most people do. So I'm just saying that if
You're getting much closer.
that if you believe in God, then you believe that you're born the way you're supposed to be, or the way that you were born. And if God made you gay, then that's what he wanted for you. Plain and simple. There's no changing. If you believe in God and you believe that God made Tyler a guy and made me a girl, that's what he wanted. And that's who we are. That's all I'm saying. I'm trying to be nice. No, but I really just really truly believe that we're born the way we're supposed to be born. Maybe. Because then you have trans, but that's a whole nother combo. That's a whole separate conversation. But
well, when we talk about this, the only reason that we brought it up tonight was because it's one of those things that's been constantly talked about. And I almost feel like the secrecy of it, because we haven't released it, didn't give people an opportunity like you are tonight to really scrutinize it. And I do think that's fair. That needs to happen, you know, like it does need to be scrutinized or whatever. But part of the other reason is because we didn't want to give this guy like any glorification if he was pulling our leg. You know what I mean? Like we didn't want, like that's a conversation Keith and I had. Like we didn't want to do anything that was going to make this guy feel like he won by sending us something that became a part of our conversation.
Okay. Can I see the other letters from this guy? I'm curious what.
Well, if you fast forward on this video, I put one of them up.
Just a little bit. Yeah, you just have to fast forward just a little bit.
Honestly, can you take this comment off the screen from Good Egg? I don't even understand it, and it's just an insult kind of to what I believe about the Bible. And yeah, thank you.
A little bit more.
I see it right there. This one?
Yeah.
Okay. I was told not to talk about this to the media. I talked to an FBI agent yesterday who called me and wanted to ask me questions. I figured Candace has told them, which he said she never had forward them the info. And this one you didn't clean up?
No.
Forward them the info and was shocked by what I told him. He was contacting me as my name had come up during the investigation of electronic devices. We talked for about 25 minutes and set up an in-person interview on Friday at 10 a.m. So I'd rather meet with them first before talking more with you in case there is some info they think should remain private. Now I'm going to stop it right there for a second. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this guy reached out to you in the first place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you did not reach out to him. You did not find some random person and hit him up. So the fact that he's acting like he's holding back some information and must talk to the FBI first, but he's the one that reached out to you.
I waited several days before I even told anybody that he reached out and before I responded. And this is a few emails down the line whenever I'm like basically saying, well, why don't you come on the show, or why don't you give me your number where we can have a conversation?
Absolutely. Want to talk with a lawyer first as well. But again, he reached out to you. But just want to clear one thing up, as it seems like I misunderstood. I was in the States longer than 3 days. 3 days is just how many days work I did. I usually spend a month in the U.S. as my grandpa has a house in Casa Grande, Arizona, but I will contact you after my meeting on Friday. Did he ever contact you?
Yeah, he contacted me, Kim, and Jim Terry, but essentially all he said was, hey, FBI, after I met with him, they told me that they don't want me speaking publicly about any of this.
Yeah. So he told me to.
Yeah, all BS. But do you remember, did you follow the Watts case?
I did.
Okay. Do you remember that trans guy?
Yeah.
What was his name?
I can't remember. The one that had the injections in the lips and said he had the ongoing affair with Chris?
Yes.
Yeah.
I called BS on that also from day one. And everyone said to me, no, you're wrong. I said, this guy is full of crap. he was connected to 2 big trolls. He was a troll. And everybody asked me, how did you know? I just knew. And that's what this reminds me of. Why this guy did it, why this guy reached out, why this guy is saying this ridiculous stuff. Same thing with Chris Watts. Some people just want to feel important. Some people just want to feel like they're involved. Hence, Kurt, Ty, everyone else, they just want to feel like they're a piece of it. And the audience, when I say audience, I mean general America or throughout the world, I guess, love the sensationalism, and they want to hear what this guy's got to say. And they want, they keep you on the edge of your seat, and they seem to think, that now they have some attention. Tyler thinks he's important. Kim thinks he's important. Jim Carrey thinks he's important. So
exactly why we didn't mention it or talk about it for several days or put it up.
And I can see easily why someone would reach out to Tyler with that type of personality, because Tyler's pulling the biggest numbers on the case. So he's got something to share. When Tyler didn't make it public and didn't give the guy much knowledge, all of a sudden the guy can't talk because of the FBI. Think about it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and Kate's right. Kate said Shane. That was the guy in the Chris Watts case name, wasn't it?
Who?
Shane.
No, not Shane.
I'm gonna have to look it up now.
Am I transphobic? No, not at all. Trent Bolt, thank you. That was it, Sonny. Trent Bolt.
Yes.
That was the biggest display of a joke I've ever seen. It was ridiculous. But that's kind of the feeling I got with this guy. It really is. That's the feeling I got. Like, this guy just, and the fact that Tyler didn't give him any kind of airtime and didn't give him any push on it, and then all of a sudden the guy can't speak because of the FBI.
And to that end, he probably came to the wrong channel, because probably a lot of other channels would have ran with it.
Yeah. Absolutely. And Laura, here's like the questions that I had sent him that before we cover this, here are my questions if you're willing to answer. How did you end up in the area? Why were you looking for a job for such a short period? Did you and Dylan email, phone, or text to set up the job after you answered the Craigslist ad? Did you always plan to work for only 3 days? Or if not, why did you leave? When you told Candace about this encounter, what did she say? Do you have any inkling of who the man in the grinder relationship was? I'm trying to edit out certain names that I said. Do you think there is a significance to Dylan disappearing with his shoes left behind? And then, of course, this is way back at the beginning. So I said, did you ever see Kurt around when you were working with Dylan? Did Dylan ever talk about Kurt? So those were the questions I asked him. And then that's kind of when he went silent and said, I'm going to be interviewed by the FBI.
He can't answer them. He couldn't answer any of them because he didn't know anything. That to me is answer the own question. Like, at that time, because again, this was a month ago, but at that time, was anyone even talking about Kurt or?
No.
Mm-mm.
There you go. He was probably like, "Who's Kurt?"
Yeah, that was like literally the day after I heard Jim talk the first time. And I think Jim mentioned Kurt, but I think that was like literally a day after I'd heard Kurt mentioned for the first time.
Very interesting. So yeah.
But Kim, I didn't send you this email till like 3 days after I'd already had it.
Yeah. Yeah. You sent it to me on the 25th, and I think you'd already had it for a few days.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the more you're telling me, the more I'm convinced that I'm right, that this guy's so full of it. And like I said, even with the video, he wouldn't have to show the whole video. Just show a little picture of Dylan's face.
Yeah,
on
that's a
the
good
video.
point. That's a really good point.
Just to prove that you're legit. No. Jim did start all the rumors. I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, even the questions, like if that was now, if somebody was giving that now, I would agree with you that, I mean, I could probably answer questions about Kurt, as you guys can too,
Yeah.
But being at the beginning, kind of like Jim Brenner, if someone would have brought up Jim Brenner when me and Jim was still talking, we would have laughed at him. Like, who the hell's Jim Brenner?
Yeah.
Never heard of that. Same thing. Like, he would know who Kurt was now. But the fact that this was done a month ago, nothing.
Yeah.
I just, everything about it is wrong on so many levels.
I mean, this case was small too in the beginning. Like, I'll be honest about that. Like, my first stream about this only had 3,000 views total. Like, basically nobody was watching this from the get, but we were covering it from the start. And I do think that's part of the reason why we got such an influx, like from people like this sending us information.
My whole thing, and I'll never deny this, I only got interested on it was because of Jim. And I've said that, and I'm not afraid to say that. Jim got me interested in this case, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. He got a lot of people interested in this case. And for that, good job. But he's taken it too far, in my opinion. But he definitely got people interested.
Yeah, he definitely, well, I mean, other channels started covering it. People started talking about it. It became, something that a lot of people were interested in. So that's something to think about.
Isn't Heavy D an actor? Like, I don't know who Heavy D is, and people are telling me it's an actor.
I have no idea. I thought he was a guy who goes and tries to rescue people that have been missing or whatever.
Well, I think there's more than one Heavy D. I think there's the Heavy D on YouTube, and then I think there's another Heavy D who is an actor.
No, someone's saying it's the same person.
Really? So I'm looking on YouTube. It's late at night. Sorry. On Wikipedia, there's a Heavy D who is a Jamaican-born American rapper, record producer, and actor. But I don't.
Dead.
Yeah, I don't think that. Oh yeah, he is dead. So that can't be the same Heavy D.
No, he's not a rapper. He owns a diesel shop and has a TV show, Diesel Brothers.
Oh, he has a TV show on Discovery Channel, so that's probably why they're calling him a rapper. An actor.
Yeah, okay. But there was a Heavy D that was a rapper. I knew there was more than one. I'd heard that name. I think I'm a little bit older than you, Lauren. So it's an old rapper name, old rap name.
I think you're older than me. How old are you?
51.
Oh, you are older than me. No, I'm 51 too.
So do you guys watch Discovery Channel, or you weren't paying attention to Heavy D stuff, or what?
I do watch Discovery Channel. I just don't know who Heavy D is.
I see.
Well,
I like the video that he did on Dylan. The video where he went to go try to find Dylan, and they're on the helicopter and they're searching. But something that I took away from it was how creepy he felt like Montello was. And every single person that we've talked to that's gone there said the same thing. Like, even people in Lucin are talking about how creepy Montello is. There's just something about that city that rubs everyone the wrong way. And then you go look in the history of it, and it's like people are held hostage there. It's like a routine thing for people to be abducted and held hostage there.
From Troy.
From Troy, from other people too. Jim Hughes is a guy that held somebody hostage there.
Okay, this is my weekly attention call to Scott. Why does nobody talk about Scott Wadsworth? Isn't he the one that held the 3 girls hostage?
I think because we don't have any proof of it, it's like there's no conversation around it. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
also think because Scott is in Idaho and not in Utah.
True.
Okay, a bunch of people, including Ty Corbin, said that at one point in the original video, he landed on the wash by fishtailing truck tire tracks. What do you mean landed on the wash?
A bunch of people, including Ty Corbin, said that at one point in the original video. Oh, the wash is where the water runs when it's raining quite a bit. It means Heavy D landed probably the helicopter on the.
Oh, okay. Now I understand. I was like, what? I agree with that, MC. You're born an addict. You're not born a drug addict, but you are born an addict. The video was edited. He did land right by the wash, and Candace said those tire tracks looked a lot like Dylan's tracks. They took that part of the video out. Why? Any thoughts?
Well, part of the reason why, because I've heard them talk about this, part of the reason why is because there was trying to make a people were trying to make a connection that was Dylan's tire truck or whatever, but in the long run, it actually ended up being volunteer truck tires, and so there was massive confusion about that. And so just to avoid the speculation, this is what I heard Candace say. They just took that part of the video out.
All right, Lefty says most of the info that was given in the video has been backtracked. Backtracked by the family, or backtracked by Heavy D, or backtracked by Jim? I agree, Dave. They did remove it because they said it was a search volunteer. I don't know. What was Heavy D's point of going out there and looking?
Well, they found these tracks, and if you remember, like initially they were trying to figure out, like, well, why was Dylan's truck in 4-wheel drive? Yeah. And it was raining, so they thought, well, somebody had him out there, and it started raining, and they had to put his truck in 4-wheel drive, and it got all muddy, and then they had to drive it home, and then they power washed it to cover it up. And so let's look for tire tracks. And so they're flying around looking for tire tracks, and they found it. And then, like, as they started investigating it more, it was like, actually, his truck probably never even moved. So looking for tire tracks is the wrong thing. And these tire tracks that we found are actually volunteer tire tracks. And now everybody thinks that this is where we should be looking for Dylan, even though it's probably not.
Okay. Ty Corbin also said the wash would lead to the Golden Spike rail grade and be the perfect way to go from loose and out of town undetected.
I tell you what, I heard one of the more interesting things that I've heard about the case tonight from JR Elite Mods and Black Dove about the fact that XM, even if it's not activated and even if there's not GPS in the vehicle, you can find the track of where the vehicle has been, how many times it's been started and stopped, etc. I had no idea about that. Black Dove is always a veritable wealth of information, and JR Elite Mods too. I didn't know. Did y'all know that?
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't think about it in relevance to this case.
I had no idea that if XM wasn't activated, it was could still be tracking and recording your GPS and all of that information.
OnStar or?
No, they said Black Dove's in the chat, so he can, and so is JR Elite Mods. But no, they said XM, satellite radio, not OnStar, but that all Lariat vehicles of the Ford F-150, even if they don't have GPS in them, even if they don't have anything else, they come with XM, installed in the truck, or XM capability. And that even if XM is not activated, or even if XM has been deactivated, that it still records the starts and stops of the vehicle and where the vehicle has gone. Like, I'm sure it's not continual, but JR Elite Mods can probably clarify that.
It's pretty continual. I think it's like every 5 minutes or something.
Oh, really?
It's pretty continual, yeah.
Is that just on a Ford?
No. It's anything with the satellite radio. Anything that has the XM satellite radio, or Sirius XM in it. Because they actually offer, like, you can get navigation packages with it. Like, one of my first trucks I had, it was really before people had, every car had screens, like, in the center, but it would still do GPS navigation like in the center console. It was like sort of black and white and pixelated, but it did it through Sirius XM, and you had to pay like $20 a month or something for it. Yeah, it track your GPS.
Yeah, and some people in chat are agreeing that yeah, it has that. You know, it's then now that you say that, that makes sense, because when I first got my car, the XM popped up with like weather, and I was like, how does it know my location? And
Yeah.
it said it gave me a trial of XM weather that showed like the weather in your area, like a radar. Couldn't even think of the word. Had radar, and it was like, this is your 30-day trial of your radar. And if it knows where you are, it has to know where you are.
Okay, but I just looked it up, and it says, can XM track my stolen car? It says first contact the police, but it only works if you have an active, if you have an active Sirius XM Guardian or Uconnect Access subscription.
Yeah, but I mean, technically, they still are pinging it, even if you don't have that.
Because I had XM when I had my Kia. I bought a 2010 and brand new off the lot, and that had Sirius. That had XM.
Yeah, I mean, it's of course still tracking you. The car I have now doesn't have XM in it, but my truck that I had before was like Sirius. It knew everything. It like literally on the XM app, it would tell you how much gas is in your vehicle, tell you where it's at, tell you everything there is to know about your car. Like they really do keep a good eye on it. It tell you if there's any safety recalls. It wasn't just GPS. It was that plus 10 other things.
Yeah, soon they're gonna start putting monitors and babies, and you're gonna be tracked to every move.
Oh my gosh. That's in the Bible too.
Is it? There you go. It's gonna be. They're gonna know our every move. Someone had said something. I just want to address real fast. Oh, about an FBI statement. Social media would not stop tips from coming in unless they say to stop bringing in tips. I'm sure FBI gets calls about cases relentlessly. So I definitely don't believe that it would that they would say that because of social media there's a lack of tips coming in. I don't believe that.
Well, I just think about the Gabby Petito case, and it was constantly the opposite. It was every single news conference, Gabby's mom and dad both were saying, we are so grateful to social media.
Yep.
We're so grateful to YouTubers. Because of you, we've had over 1 billion hits thinking about Gabby Petito in this case. It's because of you that we're able to find Gabby's body. It's because of you we've had the iron to the fire held with Brian Laundrie. And, this has totally been the opposite case. Initially, they came on to social media, got a lot of pressure, and then backed away and now want nothing to do with it. But social media is actually a really, really good tool.
I agree.
The way that it sort of gets in trouble, from my understanding, is like when it contaminates or muddies the water as far as like evidentiary procedures that would lead to a lack of conviction in court because of something that happened on social media. But I don't see how that's happening in this case. If nothing else, I think like what we do is helpful because there's more people talking about it, thinking about it, looking at drone footage, and even if like 88 or 98% of what we talk about doesn't measure up to anything, like one tiny detail could make a difference. And Kim says all the time, like if it's her kids, do anything, like do it all, because if it leads to them coming home, then that makes a huge difference.
Exactly. And you brought up a really good point with Petito. It wasn't just about finding Gabby. If it wasn't for social media and the pressure that they put on Laundries, they probably wouldn't be where they are now. And the fact that a judge approved that lawsuit is mind-blowing.
Yeah, I agree.
I cannot even believe they approved it. And that's because of social media. Because it's same thing. I really believe same thing with Depp and Amber Heard. Because of the outpour of social media, I think judges rule a certain way. I think that's why they want things to go viral, because it will have an influence politically.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, Laura, I don't know. I think you have kids that are sort of close to the age of mine. Mine are 20, almost 21 and 24. And that's what I tell Tyler all the time. I'm like, me personally, and it may be different with other mothers, but if one of my kids was missing, I don't care what people said about me. I don't care what, I would not care anything. If it helped to keep attention on the case and help keep people talking and bringing ideas, I would be chasing down everything. And I just, yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you were talking.
I just wouldn't care. I don't. I mean, they could say whatever they wanted about me, about my husband. I wouldn't care as long as it kept people talking, and it kept until if it remotely helped to find my kid, drag me through the mud. I don't care.
I say the same thing even about me. I always joke around that I'm going to go missing. And I have stated many times, I want every single creator, hater, doesn't matter. If I go missing, I don't care what you say about me. Just find me. Just
Yep.
find my body. You can run every rumor rampant. That's fine. Just find me. Keep me in the news. Keep people talking about me, good, bad, or indifferent. So I totally agree with that.
And someone said, but what if someone told you to stop? What if you told someone to stop talking because you felt it was harming and they didn't? How would you feel then? I don't know, because I don't know how someone talking could harm the case, because I'm not. I mean, I know I'm being naive because I'm not law enforcement. I'm not a detective. I'm sure there's ways it can. I just don't know. I don't know how I would feel about that, because I think there's a huge advantage to being kept in the public eye, because most missing person cases don't get near enough attention. I've been speaking with Aiden Klein's mom, and just, on a friendly level, not trying to get information or anything like that, just on a friendly level, mom to mom. And I can just feel the frustration that she has, because Aiden's case, regardless of, whether you think it was suicide, he ran away, mental illness, whatever, all the different rumors are out there, just the frustration because it's not getting any attention.
And I agree with that. And look how many missing kids get no attention.
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's interesting to see like which cases get attention and which ones don't, why and why not. Because like I felt like there was a huge dry spell where there wasn't any case getting any attention, despite the fact that there's thousands of missing kids and missing people. I never understood that. Like we had, since Gabby Petito till now, there were cases that were in the news for 1 or 2 days and then they had lost their energy. So what is it about certain cases that just keep, getting perpetuated?
Drama.
You think that's what it is? You think the Jim Terry drama and the situation with the family and all that's why people are still talking about this?
I don't think it's Jim Terry drama at this point. I think it's all the family drama and the things that we uncover or that we find. It just keeps taking different turns. That's what I think keeps it going.
Like all the interconnectedness of all the characters in the story.
And then when people might get bored, then you have Kurt's audio. Now we just put a whole new spin on this. And, little things like that. And little things keep coming out. And I just think that, the way the mom's acting and just little things.
Which I'm glad you released the full audio of that. That way people can just go listen.
Yeah, the full audio, and I know we both forgot, but you definitely have to mention that because people were saying it in your chat, and I think I was on panel at the time that I noticed it, and I was going to say something, and then I got sidetracked. Like people are like, oh, well, you have to pay a paywall. I'm like, it's been up for like 2 days.
Yeah, and like the other people, for some reason, that had posted it got taken down. Like there was a few other creators that have taken it or had posted it, and then it got took down, and I didn't know what the reason was.
Yeah, I only struck Doug. I didn't like Zap Girl has the same audio I do. So there's no reason for her to like pull it down. I have mine up. She has the exact same copy.
Why'd she take it down?
I don't know. Maybe she saw Doug and she thought, like, she can't possibly think I would strike her. It's the same video.
Well, you wouldn't.
Like, she had permission, just like you know what I mean?
You wouldn't be successful in your strike.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, he sent it to her, just like
Yeah.
he sent it to you. He sent it to me. I would never think about striking that. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I don't know why she pulled it down.
Man, that was just crazy, wasn't it? That audio.
That was insane. Hold on, Dave. I'm looking here, and the only thing I see is missing Dylan Rounds. Utah deputies seek Publix help in search for teen farmer. I don't know where you got. They're saying that it's not.
It's typically missing females too that are in the news. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's unusual that it's a teen male.
Yeah, but is he really in the news?
Well,
or is it just our little circle?
That's a good point. I do think it's partly just our little circle. Now that you say that, because it was in People magazine and things like that.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I really think it's just our little circle. It's not little, but it is little if you think about it. But Utah is not a big, and Utah news.
But some big creators have covered the case too.
Oh, how did that work out for you, by the way? I meant to ask
Honestly,
you.
I didn't really see a bump, but I think she's coming on my show at some point this week.
Oh, that would be good.
Yeah.
I'm such a her fangirl.
Are you really?
She's probably the first person that got me interested in listening to, true crime as a genre. Yeah. Years ago.
She's gotten much better. Like, I could listen to the whole thing that she said on Tyler, but she used to bore me to tears. The one thing I will say, though, she's very thorough. She does her own research. She researches. She really does a good job with details. And I always said, I don't know if you notice this or not. I don't know if she still does, but she matches her eyeshadow to her shirt. You ever notice that?
No, I haven't noticed that. But I do notice she's gotten feistier throughout the years.
Yeah, she has. I think hooking up with that other guy has helped her, but I noticed that initially that she matches her eyeshadow to her sweater. I was like, that is so cool. Like, even if the eyeshadow doesn't work, she matches it and it's awesome.
Yeah, I really do. I like her a lot.
Well, I thought it was. I mean, I was excited that she reached out to me and then wanted to give me a shout out. She gave me quite a bit of shout outs, and I felt a little bit of vindication for all the people who go around saying that, whatever I'm doing on my channel isn't legitimate, or I don't know anything that's going on. I'm like, here we have like somebody who has a channel that's the size of all of our channels put together, who's saying that she trusts my channel as a source of information and likes the way that I think about cases.
And she did a great job on this video. She really did a fantastic job.
I hope she does it too.
I'm sorry, Tyler. I think I stepped on your words.
No, that's all I was saying. I just said I hope she did a part 2 or does a part 2.
Yeah, I was just really kind of interested in the stuff that she now I can't think of his name. Found out about what's his name? Icor?
Airplane, yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
The airplane guy. Did you ever look into
Darsky.
it? That's it.
I didn't.
He reminded me a lot of Dylan. I mean, I don't think he had anything to do with the story, but that's why I liked what she said, that if you're not interested in this, just go ahead and fast forward it. But I found this guy pretty interesting. I like that.
Yeah, I did too. For some reason, I'm not sure. I feel like that she was not saying that he was involved, but that she was hinting at something that I missed. So I want to go back and watch it again, because it seems like, I don't know. I mean, what are y'all's thoughts about why she focused on that?
I think just because he, hold on. Salty asked Zav Girl to make first half members only. Then he came on her second stream chat and gave 3 times $50 super chats and trashed Ty Corbin. Okay. Interesting. Why I think she focused in on him, though, I just think that she focused in on him because he was living in basically Lucin by himself.
Mm-hmm.
And that is important as far as people that live in Lucin. And
yeah,
just went down that rabbit hole and found that it was very interesting to her that, you know, here's this guy, and I really do think it was just a rabbit hole she went down.
Oh,
we're talking about what's her name?
Stephanie Harlow.
Yeah, Stephanie Harlow. Stephanie Harlow did a wonderful video on Dylan Rounds and promoted Tyler a bunch of times. I was saying how good he was, and out of all the creators that she could watch on YouTube, she relates the most to him. And for people to definitely check out his channel, like she really did a nice job promoting Tyler.
Yeah, and she texts me quite a bit still.
There you go.
I'm jealous.
Tell her we're following. Oh, Kim's fangirl, and we forgot. She went to the panel.
Yep.
She's like, I love you.
I love you, Stephanie. I do. I like her attitude. I like her feistiness. She reminds me of kind of like you do sometimes, Laura, of sometimes the conversations. Tyler said this earlier, and I was like, that's so me, that go on in my head, but things that don't come out of my mouth. It's like you do it for me, and Stephanie does it for me.
Yeah, I just let them come out. I just
yeah, it makes me laugh, like, because it's like, you know, this part of myself that I've sort of kept to myself, but then I hear somebody else's voice say the thing that I'm thinking. It just makes me laugh because I'm like, how did that come out? Somebody else's voice, what's going on?
I do usually say things that other people can't or won't. But
what was it tonight? I think it was like, nah, this letter is a piece of trash.
Yeah, and that's what it was.
I was like, yep, that's kind of what I think part of the time, but the other part of the time I think it might be legitimate.
But that also gets me a lot of haters.
Yeah.
It does. My mouth does get me haters. You know, it's probably stopped me from growing the way I should be, or I should have been. Like, I haven't done the research lately, but it probably stops me from growing more because the majority or the masses don't agree with me. Your chat proves that. That 60, more than half of your chat with 2,000 something people think that this letter is legit. 87 think Jim is legit. That it speaks volumes, which is why I'm just not that person.
Well, we've done a good job. Like, it was bothering me when people were in your chat just a little bit ago, even saying like how bad of an idea it is to like throw out possible theories and talk about it. I'm like, that's actually the whole game. Like, that's actually the entire strategy. That's the only way we can get down to the bottom of it. But something that I do on my channel, and it's been very intentional, but it's not really expressed like my personal opinion of what I think happened, but instead teaching people to, you know, allow themselves to think about what may have happened.
You know, there's nothing wrong with theories, and I'm all about speculation because that's like what cops do. You know, that's what investigators do. You have to put out different theories to find out which one sticks and which one doesn't. But it has to be theories that make sense. Like coming out of left field saying, I don't know, I'm trying to think of something bizarre. Dylan was in Vegas that night. He was in Vegas that night gambling, and he disappeared from Vegas. there's no proof he ever left the area and would not be in Vegas. So something like that just wouldn't make sense.
Right, yeah, it has to be possible. Like, we
That's what
always
I'm saying.
like, we go by the guideline, like, first, is it possible? And so
Mhm.
we'll talk about all the possibilities, and then we say, "Well, then is it plausible?" And then we'll look into, like, the percentage of the likelihood of something happening. So first, is it possible based off facts and evidence? And then is it plausible?
Yep. And I totally agree with that. And that's what I'm saying though. Like I'm all about theories and possibilities that make sense. But some people come up with these wild, out of the blue that make no sense. They get shut, and I'll shut that down immediately.
Yeah.
Like again, he was in Vegas the night he was at a bar, with Kurt or whatever. That's been proven by 10 people that he was there.
Right.
Or his phone ping was in, Idaho. He wasn't in Vegas gambling, that kind of stuff. So,
Yeah.
but I do agree that theories and speculation, that's how you solve cases.
Well, I mean, that's part of the reason I really like this case is because I love it when we have a case that we can go really deep in.
I
Like,
agree.
that's one of the things I loved about the Gabby Petito case is like, it was really exciting for me to go very deep into that and to figure out all the little nuances and the caveats and the personalities and the relationships. And that's what I feel so exciting about this case. It's like, man, there's just another aspect that I want to talk about or explore or to think about. It sounds like that case you were talking about earlier. I don't know much about it. I know about people in a coma versus being brain dead because of my experience being in hospitals with people. I know about those things, but I don't know much about that case you're talking about. But I texted Kim earlier. I was like, I think we might need to think about this other case too.
It's a rabbit hole because it's so divided that
Is it fresh? Is it a fresh case?
Oh yeah. The thing is that the only people covering it are these drama queens and complete drama queens. I mean, MGL is racking in the numbers. I'll give her that much. I think she's gotten 15,000 subscribers within a week. But she's a total drama queen, but there's not many people covering it. Without a crystal ball, Molly Golightly and her sidekick Justin are like the only people I see covering it.
Well, I don't know. Oh, go ahead, Tyler. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, wow.
Nothing but T channels covering it. But there's money in it, I'll tell you that much.
Well, it's so weird because I don't know much about it, but I was listening to you talk about it. And one of the things that's interesting that reminded me of, and so you can correct me if I'm like way, way, way off because I only caught, a little bit of it. But a couple of years ago, about 10 years ago, my husband was 45 and, having a little bit of depression, went to his GP. They put him on, what was it? Prozac. Anyway, at the time, and put him on a really high dose because his GP did it and didn't really know what he was doing and didn't check the interactions with his other medicine.
Okay.
And he ended up having serotonin syndrome, which is where the serotonin gets way, way too high and it causes the frontal lobe. I'm probably going to say all this wrong, and people that know medical stuff are probably going to go, about, but it literally happened. And it caused his serotonin to get real high, which controls the frontal lobe. And because of that, it was like a personality shift. Like, I mean, we've been married 25 years. At the time, it was 15 years. And he became someone I didn't know, like almost instantly. It was really strange. And I kept telling him, we need to go to the doctor. Something is not right with you. Something is not right with you. I know you. And so finally we did. And he was like almost to the point of being in a coma or even death because his serotonin was so high and his frontal lobe had basically stopped working. And they were surprised at the time that he had not been having seizures, etc. So my point in bringing all that up is it reminds me of that case. Like, I wonder, because you were talking about depression and the kratom, and I, know a little bit about kratom because when it first came out, everybody was talking about, oh, this is going to be the answer to opioid addiction, right? And then it turns out it has a lot of side effects.
Yeah.
But I just wonder if it wasn't something like that, and because if it was medicine induced or medical induced, or pharmacologically, how do you say that word? Anyway, induced. A lot of times they tell you that if you remove the substance, like take the substance out of the equation, that it can reverse. So I kind of wonder if maybe it was something like that.
Welcome, Twin Thong. Maybe. I've done some research on it, but it's hard because you get so many different stories. Like, because the drama queens are ruling the story, I heard they're taking away things. They're leaving stuff out. So if you watch them, it seems like a big conspiracy. If you watch the people that have watched this girl Dre, for a long time, they'll tell you there's no conspiracy. It's completely like everything is not her fault. So you really have to dig deep. And was it the drugs? Was it she gave him the drugs? Was it something simple? Tina, that's what a lot of people have asked me to cover it because they know I'm not going to be all dramatic and cry and poor me. And
I kind of want to cover it. The thing is, I'm going to be gone all week, but I might cover it tomorrow.
We don't need you. We got Kim.
Well, she's doing the show on Wednesday.
Oh, that's right. You're doing the living room thing, right?
I got the living room tour this week. So yeah, I'm basically out of pocket really all the way till next Tuesday.
Kim's taking over your channel. She's going to go.
She has permission to.
There you go. Kim's going to rule it. Is going to say, Tyler, who?
I come back. Everything's pink. All the banners have changed.
the new channel name. The Kim
Tyler and Kim show.
No, he knows I would never do that.
Tyler's in a living room somewhere. I took over.
She tells the living room host, like, don't let Tyler log on to YouTube.
Yeah, keep him away.
And Twin Thong, I totally agree with that. MGL wants the wife to be guilty of something. I absolutely agree with that. And now there's drama between the two of them. And I even thought about having Dre on. Like, they say Dre will only talk to you if you are on her side. And I'm like, well, I can play good cop, bad cop. I would like to know. Yeah, MGL. Well, he saw the video that she said you have to make a donation. No,
I didn't see that. I don't know. Oh, I saw you talking about it.
Oh, you didn't see the 1 minute video by Heels on the Air?
No, I was hanging out with a friend tonight for a little bit after my stream.
Hold on, I'll play it. It's comical. After I saw this, I was like, that's it. I'm going to cover this case, and I'm going to get other people to cover this case, and we're not going to pay. Hold on.
Kim, what do you think about covering this case a little bit?
Sure. I mean, are you trying to get me in trouble? Is she going to get mad?
Do you want to pay dues?
Yeah, listen. It's only 1 minute and 37 seconds, but it just goes to show you who's covering this case.
I want everyone to be on notice that if anyone has justice for Vaughn or Vaughn McRae, Vaughn Jackson in their titles, we all expect to see a screenshot of their donation. At this point, it's going to be a privilege, or else, you know what? We're going to expose your channel as being a fraud. People that are trying to jump on this train now, a week after all of us have been watching.
Now, let me also say, she doesn't do her own research. She hasn't watched shit. The guy sitting next to her does all her work, and she's only been on the case a week.
Is that the guy you told me is in trouble for stealing?
No,
Okay.
no. Justin is just boring.
Hundreds of videos, reading 1,000 emails. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. You want to know something? This one takes actual work. So you know what? We did the work. You don't get to just try and come in at the 11th hour, because you know what? We already know that you don't care. The only thing that you care about is the fact that he is trending.
Amen. Amen. Can I say
I
amen?
expect to see your donation. Take a screenshot, put it in your community post, or else we're gonna call for everyone to not even watch your coverage because you are a fraud.
Who's she talking about that she doesn't want covering it?
Without a crystal ball.
Oh, I see.
But is that ridiculous? Now, the type of person I am, well, thank you, MGL. You just got me to cover this case. And I will not make a donation. Thank you very much.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So, but it is an interesting rabbit hole. And Kim, we should definitely talk offline about it. But it's definitely a rabbit hole.
Absolutely. Tyler's welcome to give you my contact information, my phone
Okay.
number, and my email.
Definitely. Especially if he's gone all week. Let's take over. Women rule.
Amen.
Kim Brooks, people aren't always aware of side effects and are desperate. This can explain some of my grandmother's behaviors when she was alive.
She's talking about the Prozac and the high dosages of SSRIs and what they can do.
Is your husband okay now, by the way?
He is. I mean, it was, I mean, once they took him off the Prozac, it was about like, I would say 3 months, but you know, and somebody was talking about, he does have a history of, he was in a coma in his 20s after a car accident. And somebody was talking about, you know, that can be more likely if there's been former traumatic brain injury. So yeah, he's fine now. I mean, we made it another 10 years, but I wasn't sure about it during that period of time because the frontal lobe controls judgment, controls your decisions. It controls your ability to determine what's appropriate, what's inappropriate. So, I mean, just saying all those things, I'm sure, you know, you can probably imagine it was a rough time, you know, because it was like all of a sudden waking up with a stranger that just was, yeah, it was crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. But once they removed the medication, but he does not really remember that time period. Like when he looks back over, because it was about a 2.5, 3 month time period. And when he looks back on it, he says it's real foggy. Like it's like just not clear, almost like it was a dream. It's really strange.
Wow. I can relate to that though. I understand that. My car accident was like that. They had me on so many drugs, and looking back, I only remember telling my dad to stop the drugs, but there's so many parts of it that I don't remember. So I understand that feeling.
Yeah. And I think, you know, I know that SSRIs have, like, I'm not anti-SSRI. I know they have their place, and I know a lot of people need them. I guess my bigger concern is some GPs, general practitioners, that prescribe them at high dosages, not understanding that, you know, you generally need to taper up, and that you need to be sure that there's not other medications that the person is taking that also work on the serotonin levels in the brain.
Wow. They tried putting me on Prozac when I was in rehab, and I used to sell them. I wouldn't take Prozac.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because one of the things, here we go on a way like detour here for a second, but one of the things early in the whole COVID thing that came out was that low doses of Prozac could actually stop the cytokine storm that made COVID so lethal in many cases. And there was tons of documented data on it from like the UK and everywhere. And I was talking about it in the beginning because we still had, you know, 3 month supply when they took him off of it. And so I kept researching it, and they were like, yeah, there's so much promise for it. And I would tell people, and I would ask my doctor, and he's like, no, I haven't heard that. And then I guess it was about near the end of COVID, they finally came out here in the US and said, could Prozac be, and you can Google it, anybody can Google it and check me on this, but they came out near the end of the high, you know, the hardest point of COVID and said, Prozac is a miracle drug that can stop the cytokine storm. So, I mean, it definitely has its uses in low dosages and stuff. And, you know, it could be one of the miracle, you know, COVID cures for the actual active part of the illness.
but it just, I guess it's irresponsible prescribing that gets me. Is if you're going to prescribe a drug, know what you're prescribing, know the dosage, and know how long someone should be on it, and what else they're taking.
Yeah, I took it once, and because in rehab, I was in rehab for bulimia, and like you don't have a choice. Like they make you watch, they make you take it. And I just didn't like it. And did you know Prozac back then? This was like 1998. I got like $6 a pill for it. I didn't
Really?
even know there was a market for Prozac, but I guess in rehab there's a market. But yeah, I got like $5 or $6 a pill.
Wow.
By today's standards, probably get $20 a pill. But I just kept, putting it in my mouth, pretending I took it and spit it out and would sell them.
Wow.
That's kind of gross.
I know, but people in rehab, they don't care. Susie, because I don't know why. I mean, he's not a drama person, but he's drama. And he's gained 22,000 subs by her in what, 3 months? Which blows my mind. But
She does YouTube full time?
Yeah. She's now has like 60,000 subs, but she's an alleged life coach. She's a whole train wreck. But I used to be friends with her. I know a lot about her inside and out, and she's the female version of Jim. That's how I met Jim, was through her.
I know the scene of her and Jim screaming at each other.
Mm-hmm. But she really is a female version of Jim. They're two peas in a pod.
I don't like screaming at people. I like to keep it calm.
She's just, it's not that she's normally a screamer. She's just a drama whore. Like everything with her, like she'll cry over cases, and just like you heard her, like it's about money. Like, you must give a donation. When did you become the YouTube police?
Was she was the one that was at Brian Laundrie's house?
Yes. That was her. Okay, Arizona Traveler, you were trashing me in Tyler's chat. Is there a reason you're in here? Like, you can carry on. I don't even know if I have mods. Do I have any mods? I've been looking from StreamYards.
That's, I've seen people like trashing me. Like, I'll click on somebody else's stream. They don't know I'm there. They're just trashing me like crazy. I pop on, they start being super nice to me. Or they come over to my channel. They're like, talk about how amazing I am. Like, I just saw everything you said about me.
Yeah, I can't. You know what's funny? I blocked them in your chat, and now I can't even see them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because if you block someone in someone else's chat, you can't see them even in your own chat. Like, my chat can see them, but I can't.
I want to apologize about that person sending that super chat tonight asking me to do a poll about you. That was just not even right.
I totally agree.
Well, and then she told on me because I timed her out. So she asked me for Tyler's email. Like I was going to get in trouble with the principal.
I never got an email from her, but she was bad mouthing me in one of the super chats. Somebody deleted it. One of the mods deleted it, but it's like, just because you pay me $2 doesn't mean you get to dictate what I
agree.
What I'm able to do.
Yeah, she said somebody timed me out, and she said, I want to know who. And I said, I did, because what you said was not appropriate. Tyler warned everybody, and you continued. And she said, well, I want Tyler's email. And I said, okay, here it is.
Did you get an email yet?
Nope, no email.
Because I said to Tyler, I said, oh, she's going to make up stories about me and be like, Laura this, Laura that. But I didn't know you timed her out. So now she's going to complain about Kim. I want Kim fired.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, we had I went all the way to Atlanta to talk about just different things we're doing on my YouTube channel. We had a whole bunch of people there, and we made very strict rules about who we have as our mods. Like, Mickey's a mod, Kim's a mod. And so it's like, our mods are like in the thick of it with us. Like, a lot of people just have mods. They don't really know who they are, all this stuff, like, you know, random people that were on the channel, which is what I had initially, because I didn't have a YouTube channel until the Gabby Petito thing happened. And then everybody kept saying, oh, like, you need mods, you need mods. And so anybody who asked me if they could be my mod, I just let them be a mod. And that was like the worst decision I could have ever made in my life. So then I deleted all my mods and I didn't have any mods at all. And then I went to Kim and Keith's house and people came, and we went to Kim's office in a boardroom and like came up with all these parameters and rules that we thought needed to be followed. And so like our mods on my channel are like, they understand the vision and the heart of what we're doing.
We used to have mod school. They had to go through mod school. That was like 3 years ago. And some of my mods are still from that. But I know, I can't believe I have no mods. I guess all my patrons left me.
But it's going good. Your chat's been really well behaved.
That's good. There hasn't been that many people in it. I mean, the max I've had, I think, is like 320, 330.
That's
well, it's funny because I didn't know Tyler was going on tonight, and Keith and I were out looking at our new house that we were building, which is about 30 minutes away from the house we're renting because we finally sold our other house. Anyway, we were driving back and I got the alert. And so I was on my phone and I can't see real well on the phone if I don't have my reading glasses.
Yep.
And so I'm trying to mod and you can't tag anybody. And it was going pretty smooth. And then we were still about 20 minutes out from the house and Jim came on and I told Keith, I was like, oh no, what an awful time for me not to be able to see and not be able to mod. And it was a little touchy there for a bit because I was the only mod on at that time, and I was like handicapped with my eyesight and my phone. But anyway,
I went and blocked some certain keywords that I thought might be being said too whenever I noticed there were no mods.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, because it was hard. Mickey said I used my phone in chat. It was difficult. Yeah, it's hard to mod from the phone because you can't tag people. Like when you want to say something to people, you can't do the @ sign.
Yeah.
That one mod that we had only had a phone. I don't know how she did that. Like
I could not have done it.
Like I have literally no clue how she did that.
And she was my age too, so she must have better eyesight than me.
Well, you can't tag people. She was constantly tagging people. I have no idea.
You can tag people. You just don't see it.
You just have to type it out. Yeah, you can tag them. You can do the @ sign, but you have to type out their whole name. It doesn't like come up and do type ahead and let you select it.
See, my mods also know that it's not imperative that they're in chat because I watch my chat like a hawk. I watch every comment. Even when I have 700 people, I watch as long as I'm not on camera. If I'm on camera, my camera's above me, so it's really hard to watch chat too.
Mm-hmm.
But when I'm not on camera, they know even when I'm talking, I'm watching my chat as I talk.
It's really hard for me.
You'll get there. You're still young.
Guess how many chats I had tonight?
5. What do you mean? How many chats?
In the chat.
Oh.
At least 500.
I'd say more like 3,000.
More.
No, not chatting.
No. I mean, yeah, live
People
chat.
chatting. Yeah.
No. Like, how many chats total do you think? And I had it on slow mode.
Oh, I don't know.
7,000.
15,000.
Like 18,000.
Wow.
Did you really?
We had 17,000 the other night.
Wow.
That's what I commented on. Somebody like made a comment on my like after the video, and I don't know. I'll read it to you guys. It was like basically mad because I didn't see their comment.
I saw that.
It's like it said all these channels ask for your support, but no one answers you. I don't get it. You have to pay to get a question asked. And I said, well, the call line was open the entire time. Every person who called in was let up. Do you mean that it's impossible for me to see your chat amongst 20,000 other chats that came in? Yes, that's true.
I have a mod. My mod woke up. Thank you, Monkey's mama.
So, yeah, I mean, comments during the live. Like, it's just impossible. But my combat to that, it's like the super chats, they're easy for me to see. I like seeing them. I like clicking on them. But we open the phone lines up to everybody. So anybody who says like they don't have an opportunity to share what they want to say on my channel, that's not a valid excuse because we open the phone lines up pretty much every single episode.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. I never even thought of that, but you're right. You do open up, and anyone that has a question that doesn't want to pay, all they have to do is call in.
Right.
Right.
Point. Okay, hold on. PURPLEXEDQT. Also, I do not like you. I do. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't not like you. All right. I read that as I don't like you. I do challenge some things you say because either I don't agree or see you in the same light at times. I don't want people to agree with me. I mean, I don't want to fight all the time. I want some people to challenge me, or I want people to. I mean, if I had a chat of people that all they did was agree with me, I would be bored to tears. You know, I know Black Dove, it threw me off. But I mean, my Patreons know that too. Like they fight with me all the time. And that's all good. Like I'm that type of person. I just don't want people to agree with everything I say because that's boring. Exactly. I want people to challenge me. I want people to make me see things in a different light. Like that's what me and Tyler were talking about the other night. You know, I want people to show me something I didn't know, or like I have no problem with that at all.
Well, it's easily my bedtime, so
yes, I have to go to bed too. I can't believe it's Saturday night, Sunday morning. Have fun at church.
Yep. I'll see you later.
Are you Central Time, Laura?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
I love him. I told him the other night he's young enough to be my son, but I adore him. I think he's great.
I know. Yeah, I do too. I kind of feel like I've sort of adopted him as my third son, and yeah, I don't know if he feels that way, but yeah, I kind of feel like I'm kind of like he's like one of my boys.
There you go. And my kids are a little younger. I have 17, 17, and 14.
Gotcha. You have twins?
Yes.
Oh wow.
I do.
Whew, that must have been fun in those younger years.
They're little critters. My twins are actually easy. It's my younger one that's a little rough.
My older one is the reason why I bought the book Parenting the Strong-Willed Child, and it hasn't changed in 24 years.
I need to start reading some books on how to handle him. He's too smart for his own good. He's 6'3". He's big boy. His dad just died. There's all sorts of issues.
Oh man, yeah, we'll have to talk offline sometime. Mine are my youngest is 6'3", my oldest is 6'2". But yeah, Parenting the Strong-Willed Child. I think that book was written for my oldest.
What's it about?
Parenting the Strong-Willed Child. Basically, how to maintain the parental dynamic without. Apparently, the more you try to hard parent a strong-willed child, the more strong-willed they become. So you have to kind of balance the strong will with parental authority. I guess I'm afraid he can hear me. That's why I'm kind of being vague. I can't tell all my secrets.
Dave, Kim is from Tyler's channel. She hosts Tyler all week. Since he's gone, I'm just going to take over his channel.
Yeah.
But she hosts Tuesday nights on Tyler's channel normally.
Yeah, this week I'm going to do Wednesday. I'm trying to get Amy Clune to come on. I know she's hesitant probably because, I'm sure she's seen some of the drama with Jim and that kind of stuff. But I've started talking to her just a little bit in Facebook and not about anything serious other than just telling her, that I can only imagine what she's going through. And just kind of chatting a little bit back and forth. But I really would love for her to get some attention on Aiden's case because I don't know. I know a lot of people think he has unalived himself, but I know that type of mental illness pretty well, and I just don't know if that's true. I think he could be out there wandering in some sort of fugue or psychosis.
I thought they found him.
Huh?
I thought they found him.
No. Well, not unless it happened like
Let me look. Not unless it happened in the last couple of days.
I really thought they found him initially. That's how they knew, or they found his shoes.
Yeah, they found his shoes. No, he's still no. I talked to her just like 2 days ago, and she said they're just not doing anything. They're not, they're just not taking it seriously because they think that he went somewhere. I mean, she didn't say they think he went somewhere to unalive himself, but that's what I'm hearing is the common thought out there is that he went out there in that area to unalive himself, and so I think they're just not giving it that attention. And so, no, he hasn't been found.
Wow. For some reason, I thought he was. I thought they found his body. I mean, I haven't really followed the case that much. I'm really interested in a good egg to cover this, and I got to get a hold of Queen Bee. But there was this woman that came on the case. I should just reach out to her on Facebook. Her son, Alex Easterling, I think was his name. He went missing, and she has done such a good PI job. Like, she's found out. Are they twin thing? She found out so much stuff that I was like, wow. That's how we found out about the Google thing that I talked about Tyler about. The takeout, Google takeout. And she has just done an unbelievable job being her own PI.
That's amazing. I'm going to have to tell Amy about, I'm talking, please don't get me wrong. I don't want anybody to misconstrue. It's not like we're friends. We don't talk a lot. We've just had comments back and forth, but I'm going to have to tell Amy about that because I know she's having to kind of be her own PI.
She should definitely, like, I was thinking if you want to do it with me, that's fine. I want to do a show of not missing moms. I keep saying that, but we don't want to find missing moms, but moms that have missing kids. Cause I have one that I speak to frequently, Timothy D's case. Now this one that A Good Egg and Queen Bee have of this Alex Easterling, Aiden's kid. And I think it would be a really good show of
absolutely,
another one. They can, interject what they've done for each other to find their kid. And I've been thinking about it, and I just think it's been no, Chris, it's not that, not just moms, but I say missing moms, but I meant moms that are missing kids. And I just thought it would be a really good show because from what I've watched, they all have done different things to find their child. And I think maybe if they work together, they may get some answers. So I just thought it would be a really good idea for a show. I just haven't put it together yet.
No, I think that's a great idea. I'm also like moderately, mildly in contact with, and by moderately or mildly, I mean like twice, via Facebook with Kelly Marie Vasquez from Miami, or now I can't remember the county, but she from down south. She's been missing for a year, but under really strange circumstances. And they just came up on the year anniversary of her case, and her mom's trying to get some reinvigorated interest in that case, and she has expressed some interest in coming on live as well. So that's Kelly Marie Vasquez.
What's the story with the kid?
She was last seen at a Walmart and was on her way to a casino, and just basically she told her mom, she said, they're taking me somewhere and I don't feel comfortable. And her mom said, who's they? And then her phone went off, and there's been like a whole bunch of, I can't remember all the details now, but there's been a whole bunch of drama around the case. Very similar, I mean, not similar, but different to like Dylan's case, where there's all these different twists, where somebody was like arrested because there was a smell coming from their porch. I can't remember all the details, but it's 3:30 here, and I'm like not normally I wait this late, but she just, bless her heart, she has just been trying to get it out there. And so That's another big one.
I have to look into that.
Yeah,
And
Kelly, I'll send
thank
you.
you so much.
I will. Yeah, I love Be Botanical, but I will send you the link once Tyler gives you my stuff. I'll send you the link to the Facebook page, but I'm sure you can find it. It's just Kelly Marie Vasquez.
Okay. I think I've heard that. I may have
Yeah,
heard. Was she on drugs or anything?
I don't think she was on drugs, but I think that, well, I don't think it's known that if she was on drugs, but I think that it was like suspected or some, that was talked about. I'm trying to remember. I covered her case one night. So her Facebook page is really easy. It's facebook.com/Kelly Marie Vasquez, which is VAZQUEZ, the number 1. Kelly Marie Vasquez or not .com, but facebook.com/Kelly Marie Vasquez 1, the number 1.
All right,
I'll put the last part of it in chat since I can't put a link, but I'll put the last part of the Facebook URL. That's in chat so you can see it. That's the last part after facebook.com.
So before I close out, let me this chat. Do you believe in like Jim Terry? 56% no, 44% said yes. I am very surprised that it was 44% said yes. I'm shocked.
I am too in your chat.
I knew no would be higher. I just didn't expect well, then again, probably Doug's people came over and hit the poll.
No, that's possible. Well, I'm going to jump off and let you close your chat out, but thanks for having me on. And yeah, let's collaborate on some stuff.
Absolutely. Definitely.
Good night.
Good night, hon.
Bye.
Bye. So for everyone that doesn't know, in case you didn't missed it or didn't hear it, Kim is from Tyler's channel. She hosts Tyler's stream every Tuesday night. It said Wednesday this week. And that's that. And Christopher, you're not a troll. I get it. It's all good. You've been saying it over and over and over. I get it. And thank you for my mods for showing up at the end of the night. Wonderful mods I have. I figured y'all went on strike and you hated me and I was going to go into Discord and have no patrons left. They were all going to be on strike. So there's that. Guys, one thing that's free is thumb ups. So please hit that thumb up because that is how part of the reason you get into the algorithm is by thumbing up. And I'm very upset that I don't have a lot of thumb ups ever. So you guys don't like my show because otherwise you would give me a thumb up because it's free. It doesn't even cost anything. I still don't get thumb ups. I should have at least as many thumb ups as I do members and Patreons combined, and I don't even get that much. So that's not good. But welcome new members. We have, I think I got 2 tonight, which means that we have 14 left for the big giveaway for members. Either 13 or 14. I'll have to look. But just remember, I said when I hit 20 new members, I was going to do a big giveaway. So, and thank you guys I know free stuff is good. And thank you guys for coming in. Thank you guys. I know it went a lot longer than I thought it was going to go. So, but that was good. Thank you, Tyler, for coming up. Thank you, Kim, for coming up. And I know I should mention at the beginning, I said I was going to. Like I said, I spoke to a big creator who told me what I need to be doing as far as mentioning stuff. And I always forget. So make sure you hit that thumb up. And if you want to order luxury candles, go to Intrepid. I'm sorry, not Intrepid. Go to energycandles.com, ENERGIE. Anyone that got notification, including Amber, about your candles being sent out, they're ready to go. They will be dropped off in the mail or dropped off at UPS or the post office. Thank you, Kim. On Monday, because I didn't get to the post office today, but I know you guys got notifications. And thank you guys for super chats, memberships, and I don't know if I got any cash apps or anything, but I don't even think I was promoting it. So there's that. But thank you, Kim. Thank you. And I will see you all tomorrow. If you go to church, have a wonderful time at church. And if you don't go to church and you're going to sleep in late, sleep in late. And that's it. Dave, don't say that. All kids should be found. All missing people should be found. Absolutely, 100%, unequivocally, we're going to find them. And I want you guys to know I'm using my vape that I found by a miracle. I can't even believe I found it. I owe that to Tyler. Tyler made me find my vape that's been missing for 3 months. 3 months it's been missing. And now I found it again. I'm whole again. Thanks, Tyler. So, all right, I'm going to bed. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful night and peace out. Whoops. And hit that thumb up.